If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the circuit as an autosport circuit, I would lean towards the 2000 Ferrari F1 2000 Audi. It was a dominant machine that year, with great downforce and speed, ideal for a technical and challenging track like Assen. Plus it's Ferrari, so it has that extra touch of racing prowess. The others are solid, but the F1 2000 just had a bit more edge to conquer those twists and turns. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to cheer for your favorite machine. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you've returned to the racing frenzy. Hope you're ready to see some turbocharged AI cars battle it out. Alright, seems like we've got a classic battle of the mid-2000s. The Williams FW22 is known for its speed and agility, especially on circuits like Assen. But don't underestimate the Aerosa 21, which was pretty solid that year and could surprise us with its handling. If I had to pick, I'd say Maya in the Williams has a slight edge because of the car's overall performance and reputation for being quick through the corners. But hey, it's AI racing, so anything can happen, and I'm just here for the chaos. Alright, everyone, the race at Circuit Assen is underway, and Le Mans Cult Games car, a 2000 Minardi M02, is starting from pole position. Let's see if it can hold the lead or if the others will surprise us. Le Mans Cult Games is leading the race, followed closely by Pippi Langstrup in second place. Yesnin 96 is currently in third. Looks like a tight start so far. River Wife is making a quick climb up the field, now in 16th place. Pippi Langstrup is holding onto the lead, moving up one spot to first. Maya is also gaining ground, now in 5th place after moving up one spot. Autoya Torres and Sovi are nose to tail for 6th place. Adenut 44 just gained one spot, now in 16th. Adenut 44 and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for 15th. Pippi Langstrup is leading in a McLaren MP415 with a top speed of 99.9999. Looks like they're cruising comfortably at the front, probably enjoying the view from the top. T-Bone and Yes 996 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Alex Hasnobrain is climbing 2 spots to 16th. Alex Hasnobrain and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 15th. T-Boom just sneaked into third place. Maya and Yes 996 are nose-to-nose for fourth. Scott Dixon is climbing to ninth. Yaki Ramen and Pace CAR are nose to tail for 11th place. Yaki Ramen just edged ahead, but Pace CRR isn't giving up yet. Adanut 44 is dropping like a stone, now in 22nd place. Everlasting Apex is climbing steadily to 12. Unos Gottliebs is making a move to 16. Violetta Mama is climbing up to 22nd place. Filthy Old Guy is also moving up to 23rd. Looks like they're both on the move. Maya is closing in on Yes 996. Looks like a fierce fight for 4th place. Gina Jones and Wine Woofa Life are still neck and neck for 17th. No room for error there. Pippi Langstrup is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls off a miracle. Everlasting Apex is climbing one spot to 11. Pace CRR is also moving up 1 to 12. Alex Has No Brain is making a little progress to 13. Yaki Ramen is really taking the scenic route back to the pack. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 14th place. Eunice Gotta Leeds is inching into 15th. No major overtakes yet. Maya and T-Bomb are nose to tail for 3rd place. Violetta Mama is climbing to 21st. Vilfiolgi is also making progress to 22nd. Maya advances to 3rd place. Scott Dixon and Emerald Tick 398 are nose to tail for 8th. Gina Jones and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for 16th. Scott Dixon has climbed to 8th place. Everlasting Apex has moved into 10th. Alex Has No Brain is now in 12th. Looks like everyone's making some subtle moves. Violetta Mama is gaining fast on Gina Jones. Looks like a potential overtake coming up. Alex Has No Brain is having a rough patch, dropping further behind. Amy is making a solid push up the field, now in the middle of the pack. T-Bone is driving a Prost AP Years 3 and currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging for the top spot. Congratulations, Pippi Longstocking. You really showed them how it's done at Circuit Essen. Who knew a book character could take the checkered flag? Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on the win, Pippi. That was an impressive display of racing skill. And now, congratulations to Maya for winning the bet race. I hope you enjoyed driving that sleek Williams FW22 too. And Amy, fantastic job on overtaking your way to that Sauber C19.2. Both of you totally earned those cars. This is getting more exciting with every race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Interlomas circuit, I'd probably go with the 2008 Porsche 911 7 GT3 RS. It's known for its excellent handling and reliability, which are crucial on a twisty circuit like Interlomas. Plus, Porsche has a knack for making race cars that excel in tight corners and quick acceleration. The other contenders are great, but I think the Porsche might just have the edge here. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision, or you might be stuck with whatever the AI throws at you. Hurry up before it's too late. Hey there, Deplorably Apple. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some mind-blowing AI car races. Buckle up. It's about to get exciting. Alright, both of these cars are quite the blast from the past. Joey Pastrami's Nissan 350Z is known for its sleek design and decent power, but the GT300 version might be a tad clunky compared to newer machines. Zoe Seat Cupra GT, on the other hand, is generally lighter and more nimble, especially in a tight race through Interlomas. Given the age and typical performance characteristics, I'd lean slightly towards Zoe Seat Cupra GT, pulling ahead in this one. It's got that agility advantage, and in a street circuit like Interlomas, that could make all the difference. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Probably some surprises or a dramatic slip-up. Alright everyone, the race at Interlomas is kicking off and Maya's car is in the lead, starting on pole position. She's driving a classic 23C Cupra GT, so let's see if that vintage charm can keep up. Reiko Haruji has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Pippi Langstrumpf is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Ingo McCringleberry has just overtaken Bjorn Art to take second place. Bjorn Art is not giving up easily, and is trying to retake that spot. The battle for second is heating up. Bjorn Art is now in second place, closing the gap. Deplorably Apple has moved into fourth, not bad. Amy is climbing to sixth, making a little progress. Joey Pastrami just gained a spot, now in 8th place. Reineke also moved up one, sitting in 11. Reineke and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 10th place. Looks like a close one. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Gina Jones is climbing to 5th. Joey Pastrami is now in 6th. Amy is way back in 17th. Sophie is dropping like a stone, now in 17th place. Joey Pastrami is climbing steadily, now in 6th. Gina Jones and Joey Pastrami are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Maya is now in 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Rana Rampage is gaining on New for Life, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Lithocarp's Nissan 350Z G300 is in 15th place. Looks like they're struggling to move up, probably stuck behind some faster cars. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Maya is also moving up to 6th. Joey Pastrami and Maya are nose to nose for 6th position. Jon Art is now in 2nd place. Pippi Langström is gaining on Deplorable level, closing the gap by over a second. Lil Sprout is driving a Dodge Viper GT2, which is known for its raw power and aggressive handling. They are currently in 10th place, holding steady with a decent lap time. Looks like they're fighting to stay in the top 10. Inga McCringleberry is really having a rough time, dropping to 15. Deplorably Apple is climbing steadily into 3rd. Pippi Langström is also making moves up to 4th. New for Life is closing in on Scott Dixon rapidly, cutting the gap by 11.6 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Joey Pastrami and Gina Jones are locked in a tight battle for 6th place. Reinecke is gaining on Lil Sprout, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Bobardo just moved up 1 spot to 13th place. The track's tight corners seem to favor the nimble cars like the Subaru and Seat Cupra, while the more powerful Viper and Ferrari struggle a bit with grip. Inga McCringleberry is driving a Marcos LM 600 GT2 from 1995. Looks like they're holding a solid 4th place, but their fastest lap is just a tad behind the leaders. Not bad for an older model. Pippi Langström is driving a 2002 Morgan Aero 8G T2. Their race looks steady, but not quite enough to challenge the leaders, currently in 4th place. Wow. Reko Haruji just took the crown. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow. Reko Haruji really pulled it off. Big congratulations to you. You've definitely earned that winning moment. And for everyone else, don't worry, the thrill isn't over yet. Maya here snagged the fastest lap, so I get to claim a 2003 Seat Cupra GT. Guess I'll just add that to my imaginary car collection. A fun fact about the all-random racing car class is that the cars are assigned completely at random. So you might find yourself racing a tiny go-kart or a massive monster truck and hoping your driving skills can handle the surprise. It's like a box of chocolates but for cars, so you never know what crazy machine you'll be stuck with next. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI throws at you. Hurry up or miss out on the fun. Hey Amundsen, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action. Buckle up because this is going to be a wild ride. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Celestial Inari with the 2017 Ford Fusion is probably relying on some good old-fashioned American muscle. But I have to say with 3out25, with that 2020 Apollo Intensa Emozioni, sounds like they're bringing a race car from the future. Honestly, I'd give the edge to Whip 3out25, just because that hypercar is built for speed and agility. Celestial Inari might have the charm of a classic. But in a race like this, I think the high-tech, high-performance car has the upper hand. Let's see if the old school can surprise us or if the new school rules the track. Alright, everyone, the race just kicked off at Bowman Gray Stadium. Amy's starting in first place driving a 2009 Toro Rosso ST-R4, so get ready for some vintage racing action. Diaz has shot off the line and taken the lead. Oscar Wolf is holding strong in second place. Amy is sitting in third, probably already planning her comeback. Detoxness is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 8th place. Amundsen is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 12th. James Smith is also on the rise, passing 3 cars to settle into 16th. Hingun McCringleberry is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. Detoxins has climbed 2 spots to sit in 6th place. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot to take 10th. Keith Empress is making a move, climbing 3 places to 15th. Detoxins is inching forward, now in 5th. Scott Dixon is also gaining ground, now in 9th. Gina Jones is making a move, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. James Smith is also on the rise, grabbing 13th place with a similar move. Scott Dixon is closing in on Shatoda Daroka 39, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Looks like he's got a target in sight. Nulavi is on the move, climbing 3 places to take the 13th spot. Detoxins and Apex Milkbag are nose to tail for 4. Scott Dixon is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 8. Apex Milkbag is climbing to 3rd place. Whip 3 out 25 is now in 5th. And Maya is inching into 6th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. James Misk is making a strong push into 7th place. The Empress is climbing fast into 13th. Sophie is also on the move, now in 14th after overtaking 4 cars. Amin-san just sneaked into 8th place. Nulavi is climbing fast into 9th. Gina Jones is making her way into 11th. Looks like the pack is shifting around. James Misk is charging through the field, now in 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is closing the gap on James Misk, shaving off 2 seconds. Nulavi is climbing steadily, moving up 2 spots to 7. Nulavi is climbing nicely to 5th place. Amin-san and Maya are nose-to-nose fighting for 7th. The Empress just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Nulavi is climbing fast into 3rd place. Scott Dixon and James Misk are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Amin-san just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Looks like all that practice paid off. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag, didn't they? Congratulations to Amy. Looks like their AI is on fire today. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. A fun fact about the 1948 Ferrari 166 Inter is that it was one of the first models Ferrari ever produced and is considered a classic in the world of vintage racing cars. It was actually designed by the legendary Carrozzeria Touring and showcases Ferrari's elegant transition from a racing focus to more luxurious grand touring cars. Plus, it has such a timeless look that it could probably still turn heads at a modern car show, even after all these decades. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is your chance. The clock is ticking, and we don't want anyone missing out on the fun. Grab your favorite shiny or speedy ride before it's too late. Welcome back, Aya Rafael. Glad to see you've returned to the chaos. Hope you're ready to watch some cars battle it out AI style. Oh wow! We've got a true clash of vintage marvels here. The Chevrolet Corvette Scion, from 1959, is a classic beauty with that raw American muscle appeal. On the other hand, the Toyota 2000 GT from 1965 is an iconic Japanese sports car, known for its sleek design and surprising agility. In a race on Brasilia, the Corvette might have a slight edge in roll power and straight-line speed, but the Toyota's lighter weight and agile handling could give it a sneaky advantage around tight corners. Honestly, it's a toss-up. If it's about who looks better roaring down the track, I'd root for Amy's Corvette. But for a more balanced shot at victory, Scott's 2000 GT could surprise us all. Zoe, who do you think will cross the finish line first? Alright folks, we're kicking off at Brasilia with the 1960s and earlier cars, so don't expect any drag races here. Griffin T3 is on pole, cruising in a classic 1964 Austin Healey 3000 mark on E-Die. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the newer models. Maya is leading the race from the front, Griffin T3 is right behind in second, and Renault T4 is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. A Rafaela sliced through the field to grab 6th place. Renault T4 is inching closer to the front, now in second. Alacoste is climbing steadily, now in 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Senyahima is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is climbing fast, now in 17th place after passing 4 cars. Airfae is inching forward, now in 5th, after moving up 1 spot. Gaming to Fight Cancer is on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 18th place. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing 1 spot to 9th. Senyahima is moving up 2 spots to 11th. Senyahima is climbing 1 spot to take 10th place. Sophie is also moving up 1 spot to 12th. Alan 656 and Amy are locked in a close duel for 15th. Wanabe Kiddo and Amin-san are nose to tail for 7th place. Amin-san just nudged ahead. Al 656 is climbing 2 spots to 14. Sophie is climbing to 11th place. Alan 656 is now in 13th. Amy is making her way to 15th. Amy and Fish the Husky are nose to nose for 14th. Alacoste and Trifinity 3 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing 2 spots into 7th. Amin-san and Chubby Boy RJ are locked in a close fight for 7th. Amin-san just climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Chubby Boy RJ and Amin-san are nose to nose for 7th. Senyahima is closing in on Wanabe Kiddo, shrinking the gap by 1.7 seconds. Senyahima and Wanabe Kiddo are battling hard for 9th. Trifinity 3 is gaining on Renault T4, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ has climbed 2 spots to take 6th place. Senyahima has moved up 1 spot to occupy 9th place. Senyahima and Aminsan are neck and neck for 8th place. Alan 656 is climbing up to 11th. Amy is also moving up to 12th. Senyahima is climbing up one spot to take 8th place. Bean Streams and Fish to Husky are nose to nose for 16th. Scott Dixon is driving a 1965 Toyota 2000 GT and is currently in the last place. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the pack. Rafael is climbing to 4th place. Cobraco is narrowing the gap to Chubby Boy RJ by 230 seconds. Alan 656 is moving up to 10th place. Aminzan is climbing up 2 spots to take 7th place. Cobraco and Aminsan are nose to tail fighting for 7th. Alan 656 is chipping away at Senyahima's lead, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Airifa Ailey is gaining on Trifonenti 3, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Senyahima is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is making her way to 11th place. Amy just gained a spot, now in 10th. Sovi is closing in on Wanabakito, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Gaming to Fight Cancer moved up 1 spot, now in 17th. Senyahima and Aminsan are nose to tail for 7th place. Alan 656 is sneaking into the top 10, climbing 1 spot to 10th. Trifoniti 3 is gaining on Renag T4, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Senyahima is moving up 1 spot to take 7th place. Alan 656 is closing in on Cobraco, reducing the gap by 1.7 seconds. They are in a tight battle for 9th place. Arafe is climbing to 3rd place. Arlo Coast is also moving up to 4th. Senyahima is making a move to 6th. Senyahima and Trifonenti 3 are nose to nose for 5th. Alan 656 is making a strong push, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bean Streams is closing in fast on Sovi, shrinking the gap by over 5 seconds. Senyahima has moved up 1 spot to 5th. Bean Streams is driving a 1954 Jaguar XK 120. They're currently in 15th place and their fastest lap is a 2:54.176. Looks like they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Sovi is gaining on Wanabakito, closing the gap by over a second. Gaming to Fight Cancer is climbing up to 15th place. Newfoil Life is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Rafael just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Trifoniti 3 and Elan 656 are nose to tail for 6th. Amy and Chubby Boy RJ are also swapping positions for 8th. Wow, Maya. Looks like you left everyone in the dust. Congratulations on your win. Wow, what an incredible race! Congratulations to me for taking the top spot. I knew I could do it. And congratulations to Amy for winning that bet race. You're really good at this. Now, as for claiming those sweet vintage cars, I've got the fastest lap, and will take home that 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1. Amy, you also get to claim the same model because you won the bet race. Looks like we're both going home with some classic American muscle. Sure. Did you know the 2007 Ascari KZ1R was built with a focus on lightweight performance and was actually one of the most exclusive supercars of its time? Only a small handful were made, making it a rare gem for any car enthusiast. It's like the secret weapon of the supercar world, ready to surprise anyone brave enough to challenge it. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't make me start assigning you cars myself. You've got just a little bit of time left, so get those selections in before it's too late. Alright. So Sovi is cruising in a classic 1999 Ford Mustang ST TSCCA. That's a muscle car with some serious attitude but also a bit of age on its side. Rex Zero, on the other hand, is in a 2005 Spyker C8 Spider G2R, which is a sleek and exotic European sports car. Considering the race at Interlagos, the Mustang might have some raw power but could struggle with the technical corners and elevation changes. The Spyker, with its more modern design and likely better handling and aerodynamics, has an edge when it comes to precision and speed through the twists and turns. So, if I had to pick a winner based on car choice in the track, I'd say Rexnizer's Spyker probably has the upper hand. But hey, you never know with AI drivers. They love to surprise us just when we think we've got it all figured out. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Interlagos and Gina Jones is taking the lead from pole position. She's behind the wheel of a classic 28 Jaguar XKR GT3. Let's see if she can hold on to that top spot. Gina Jones is leading the race, followed by Scott Dixon in second place and Six Basic Switch in third. Looks like Gina is trying to set the pace early on. Basic Switch just overtook someone to climb into second place. Rex and Sarah also gaining ground. Now in fifth, Rex and Sarah and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for fourth. Pippi Langstrom is now in third place, climbing one spot. Sovi has moved up 2 spots into fourth. Hingle McCringleberry has also gained 2 positions, now sitting in 6th. Cristal 33 advances to 19th place. Architect Alzo moves up to 20th place. Megubutsu and Architect are locked in a close fight for 20th place. Epic Sugar and Emmer Pinkwolf are nose-to-nose for 13th place. Avilder Ino and Hellskank are locked in a fierce fight for 15th. Crystal 33 is climbing up, grabbing the 18th spot. Epic Sugar advances to 13th place. Hellskank and Emmer Pinkwolf are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Mirgutsu climbs to 19th place. Sylvie and Pippi Langstrom are neck and neck for 3rd place. Hingle Kringleberry and Rexenzera are fighting hard for 5th. Nuva Life is climbing up to 7th, leaving someone behind. Aislick Switch is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by a second. Hingle and Kringleberry just moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Nuva Life is closing in on Rex Nera, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Flaming Buddha is climbing up to 11th place. Miragutsu is also moving up to 19th. Shoot 'em up and Miragutsu are nose to tail for 19th. Hellskank advances 1 spot to 13th place. Epic Sugar and Hellskank are nose-to-nose for 13th place. Shoot 'em up climbs 1 spot to 19th place. Architect is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They are currently in the last place, so it looks like the race isn't going their way today. Sylvie and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Sylvie are also locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Crystal 33 and Kingrut are battling it out for 17th. Maya is right behind Scott Dixon, now just 1 second apart. They're nose to tail for 9th place. Crystal 33 has gained 1 position and is now in 17th. Pippi Langstrom and Skasix Witchix are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 9th. Flaming Buddha also gained 1 position, now 10th. Our Pinkwolf is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro Tamira. Looks like he's holding steady in the middle of the Trans Am pack, just a bit behind the leaders but not falling apart. Epic Sugar is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They're currently in 15th place and seem to be struggling a bit with a lap time, close to 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Crystal 33 is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They're currently in the 17th place, just behind the top 10, with a fastest lap of nearly 1:48. Looks like they're battling to move up but still stuck in the pack. SpaceX Rich is driving a 27 Ferrari F430 GTC, known for its sharp handling and speed. They are currently in 2nd place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay ahead. Amy is currently in 8th place driving a Jaguar XKR GT3. Her lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, so she's probably stuck in traffic or struggling with pace. Zoe is driving a 1999 Ford Mustang SB TSETA. Race seems pretty tight in this group. Hingle is making a run for it with that fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leader. Let's see if he can close the gap. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like she's got the magic touch at Interlagos. Well done. Wow! Gina Jones took the checkered flag. Big congratulations to them! What an impressive race, really keeping us on the edge of our seats. As for the rewards, Maya, your speed was blazing with that fastest lap. Zoe, you're the proud new owner of a sleek 2008 Jaguar XKR GT3. Nice! Zoe, you made the big move in the bet race and can now claim a vintage 1999 Ford Mustang SVTS. Classic choice. And Hingle McCringleberry, your overtaking skills were on point, so enjoy that 1995 Marcos LM 600G 222. Great job to everyone! Let's see who will be the first to actually get behind the wheel of these beauties. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that the classic NASCAR racing cars are actually built to resemble the cars you see on the roads every day, but are heavily modified for speed and safety? It's like turning a family sedan into a lightning-fast beast but still keeping that familiar look. It's basically a race car with a daily driver's heart. Alright. With Amy's experience and slightly better win rate, I'd say she has the edge. 8th place is pretty respectable. But Hingle's number of races is the same, so it's a close call. Still, given the stats, I'd put my chips on Amy to take the victory here. Let's see if the race proves me right or if Hingle pulls off an upset. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Auto Club Speedway. Gina Jones is starting on pole in a classic 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Looks like she's bringing some vintage flair to this modern race. Let's see how those old school wheels hold up. Gina Jones is leading right out of the gate. Waldo's holding strong in second, and Amundsen is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a close battle forming already. Maya is now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lisa Shibi has also gained 3 positions, now in 18th place. Cloud Surfer 69 has moved up 2 spots to 2nd place. Maya is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Aisley is making a move, now in 21st after passing 7 cars. Sophie is also on the rise, now in 23rd after overtaking 3 cars. Axton Hits is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 10. Grandilev is also making moves, up 3 to 24. Gina Jones and Cloud Surfer 69 are locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is on the move, climbing to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pumpkin of Glory is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 17. Adanut 44 is having a tough time, dropping 9 positions to 21st. Adanut 44 is really having a rough time, dropping 7 places to 28. Waldo and Amy are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. New for Life just gained 1 spot and is now 5th. Waldo just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Amy and Waldo are still nose to nose for 3rd. Ingo, McCringle, Barry and Amundsen are battling hard for 6th. Gina Jones just took the lead, moving up 1 spot. Cloud Surfer 69 is right behind her, both battling for the top spot. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place, making some moves. Amundsen just sneaks into 6th place, pushing Hingle McCringleberry down a spot. They're still nose to nose for that 6th position. Silhouette climbs up to 10th, making some moves. Maya and Violetta Mama are nose to tail for 11th place. Hiswat Hingyo just gained 1 spot and is now in 29th. Ariu Serial is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 22. Cloud Surfer 69 and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Ma Pink Wolf is climbing steadily, just 1 spot ahead at 13. Gina Jones is dropping back to 8th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is now in 1st place after climbing 1 spot. Waldo has also moved up 1 spot to take 2nd. Woo for Life is now in 3rd place. Axton Hits has climbed to 8th. The fight for 7th is heating up between Axton Hits and Pippi Langstrom. Axton Hits is climbing up to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom and Axton Hits are nose to nose for 7th. Violetta Mama is inching into 10th. Pippi Langstrom has just overtaken someone to move into 7th place. Axton Hits and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose fighting for 7th. Violetta Mama and Gina Jones are also locked in a close duel for ninth. Lazy Towner is making a nice climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach 21st place. Move for Life is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd place. Waldo and New for Life are nose to tail, fighting hard for 2nd place. Sovi is on the move, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Crendalive is right behind, also gaining 3 spots to reach 17. Gina Jones is having a tough time, dropping 9 positions to 20. Ruth 3 Gaming Studios is dropping like a stone to 25th place. Gina Jones is right behind him in 26. Amy is closing in on Waldo, shaving off a 2.5 seconds. Amy and Waldo are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Lazy Towner is making a move, climbing up to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Simpla Marcus is also on the rise, grabbing the 18th spot with a similar surge. Aisley is having a rough time, dropping back 7 positions to 23. Wow, Cloudsurfer69 took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Nice job. Wow! Congratulations to Cloudsurfer69 on taking the win. That was an epic race and they totally deserved it. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. Amy, you can now claim the classic 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. That's a pretty sweet ride to add to your garage. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your final picks, or forever hold your peace in the AI race car universe. Don't miss out on choosing the car that's gonna dominate this race. Alright, we've got Rose Gold Gaming in the Benetton B196 and Baycorn in the Jordan 196. Both from the same year, so it's a pretty close matchup. The Benetton B196 has a bit more reputation for being a bit more aggressive on the track, especially considering its design and power. The Jordan 196 is lighter, and might have that sneaky edge on handling. Given the tracks and cars, I think the Benetton could have a slight advantage for power, but the Jordan's agility might make it a close call. I'd say it's a toss-up, but leaning slightly towards Rose Gold Gaming in the Benetton, if the AI manages to keep the aggressive pace without overstepping. Let's see if the AI surprises us or confirms our suspicions. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Bannock Brayard Reverse with Gina Jones on pole, zooming in her 1996 McLaren MP411. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the AI has other plans. Gina Jones is leading the pack right now. Deluxe Combo is holding strong in second place. And My Style 21 is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight race so far. Deluxe Combo is now in first place. Maya has moved up to fourth place. Trash Crashton and Maya are battling closely for fourth place. My Style at 21 and Gina Jones are nose to tail for second place. Scott Dixon and Zinyahima are locked in a close fight for sixth. Lakshan Seren just gained a spot, now in eighth. Maya is now in third place, closing in on the leaders. My Style at 21 and Maya are still neck and neck for third. Cheryl Mitzi Roses has gained one spot and is now in ninth. Hippie Langstrom just overtook JC Productions and is now in 26th place. They're still close, so expect more action soon. Cherotha Kitten is climbing to 14th place. Dominic Songkari is now in 15. Tugonet DTV is making a move to 16. N Body Notes is making a move, climbing up 3 spots to 21st. Axoasas is having a tough time, dropping 6 places to 23rd. Udadsaror is also falling back, losing 7 positions to 28. Deluxe Combo is really having a rough time, falling back to 27th place. Gina Jones is making a move, now in first place. I am also climbing up to second place, closing the gap. Maya and Gina Jones are now locked in a close fight for the top spot. Eddie Leave is on a roll, climbing through the field, like a mountain goat, now in 5th place. Exoasis is having a rough time, dropping back 7 spots to 28. Hippie Langstrom is making a little progress, moving up 1 position to 22nd. JC Productions is tearing through the field, now leading by overtaking 26 cars. Gina Jones and JC Productions are nose to nose for the top spot. Hingleman Kringleberry is climbing up to 17th place. Hingo Mekringleberry is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 9. Catgirl TM is making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 20th. Gina Jones is now in the lead, climbing 1 spot to take first. Asuroni is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 21st place. Maya is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Sinyahima is also climbing, gaining 1 position to sit in 3rd. Catgirl TM advances to 18th place. Asuroni climbs to 1908. N-Body Notes makes a 2-position jump to 20. Maya is gaining on Move for Life, now just a car length behind. Deluxe Combo is still closing in on Cobber, but the gap is shrinking fast. Deluxe Combo is closing in on XOSS, the gap shrinking fast. Idili is hot on the heels of Move for Life. And look at Maya climbing up to the top spot, just like that. Well, look at that. Maya just took the win at Bannockbrae Yard Reverse. Clearly, speed is her middle name now. Well done. Wow, Maya, you absolutely crushed it out there. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all those hours of practicing paid off. You've officially set the bar high for everyone else. Great job. Sure. Did you know that the Batangas racing circuit is often called the Little Le Mans because of its long straightaways that allow for some serious speed? It's basically the perfect playground for drivers who love pushing their cars to the limit. Alright everyone. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your shot to see which AI masterpiece takes the crown. Make your choices quick or forever hold your peace in the virtual racing world. Alright, this is quite the nostalgic showdown. The 1978 BMW M1 is a classic and iconic sports car, known for its sleek design and rear-wheel drive. But let's not forget that the 1987 Mitsubishi Galant VR4 is a turbocharged monster with all-wheel drive, making it potentially more agile on the twists and turns of Batangas racing circuit. Considering the age and design philosophy, the BMW might have the edge in style and raw driving experience. However, the Galant VR4's turbo-charged power and all-wheel drive could give it an advantage in acceleration and handling through the corners. If I had to put my chips on one, I'd say Frogsworth with the Mitsubishi might just have a slight upper hand thanks to its turbo boost and grip. But hey, with these old-school legends, it's all about who gets the better launch and makes fewer mistakes. So, it's anyone's game in this playful throwback race. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Batangas Racing Circuit, and at the front we've got Chosinskost in a classic 1983 Porsche 911. C, starting on pole. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Chosinskost is leading the pack, followed closely by Hingle McCringleberry in second place. Baobab Biolab is sitting in third, trying to keep up. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place. Baobab Biolab has moved up to second. Chosinskost and Baobab Biolab are nose to nose for second place. Buckywood is right behind Frogsworth now, closing in fast. Ovidus has moved up to 12th place. Your Instinct has climbed to 13th place, looking to make a move soon. Maya is trying to hold off Amundsen for 6th place. Eganariate and Amy are still locked in their close fight for 4th. Amundsen just made a move to climb one spot higher, now in 7th. Ami and Chosinskost are neck and neck for 3rd place. Amundsen is chipping away at Eganarite's lead, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. So he just snuck into the top 10, climbing one spot. Amundsen just gained a spot to sit in 5th place. Buckybird is climbing 2 spots to take 7. Maya and Buckybird are nose to tail for 7th place. Zoe is creeping up on Frogsworth, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones and Ovidus are locked in a fierce duel for 14th place. Move for Life is chipping away at Scott Dixon's lead, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Frogsworth is trying to hold off Maya, but the pressure is on. Meanwhile, Amy and Chosinskost are neck and neck for 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom and Princess Wildface are locked in a close fight for 11th. Buckyboard just gained 1 spot, and is now in 6th place. Buckyboard and Amundsen are nose to nose fighting for 5th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 11th place. Amy is now in 3rd place. Chosinskost and Amy are still battling hard for that position. Buckybird has gained 1 spot, and is now in 5th. Sylvie and Frogsworth are nose to tail for 9th place. Gina Jones and Princess Wildface are locked in a close fight for 13th. Abladze and Ovidus are battling it out for 15th. Hippie Langstrump just moved up to 10th place. Hippie Langstrump and Frogsworth are nose to nose for 9th. Your Instinct is closing in on Sovi, chipping away at the gap. Hippie Langstrump moves up to 9th place. Gina Jones is inching closer to Your Instinct. Gap shrinking by almost 2 seconds. GM Prime is catching Ovidis, closing in by just over a second. GM Prime and Ovidis are locked in a tight duel for 16th place. Luckybird and Chosen's Coast are nose to tail for 4th place. Hippie Langstrom and Maya are locked in a fierce scrap for 8th. Gina Jones is on the move, climbing up to 12th. Luckybird advances to 4th place. Hippie Langstrom moves up to 8th. Gina Jones climbs to 11th. The race is heating up. Gina Jones is driving a 1986 BMW M3 E30 and is currently in the 12th place. Her best lap is a quick 2:372, so she's holding her own among the pack. Looks like she's making steady progress. Hippie Langstrom is closing in on a Janaride, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. GM Prime has climbed 1 spot to 16th place. Princess Wildface and GM Prime are locked in a fierce fight for that same spot. Gina Jones is climbing up to 10th place. Princess Whiteface is making her way to 16th. Looks like some steady progress. Wow. Hingle McCringleberry really showed everyone how it's done. Congrats on the win, champion. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really pulled off an incredible victory. Well done. That was some spectacular driving. Now, for those of you who are eligible to claim a car. Amundsen. Congratulations. You've earned the fastest lap and the win in the bet race, so you get to claim the classic 1978 BMW E1. Talk about a legendary ride. For this track, I would focus mostly on handle and agility. The Super 8 is all about quick turns and tight corners, so a car that can zigzag gracefully and maintain stability at high speeds would be the winning ticket. Speed is great, but if your car can't dance through those curves smoothly, you'll be taking the scenic route to the back of the pack. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Amy's in a 2013 Holden Commodore VF, a classic that's been around the block a few times. Dina Jones is in a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB, which is a newer model with some modern upgrades. Given the year difference, you might think the ZB has the edge with newer technology and potentially better handling. But don't count out Amy's VF just yet. Sometimes the older models have a certain charm and robustness that can surprise you. If it's all about engine power and agility, the ZB might just take the cake. But if Amy can get a good start and utilize some of that old school confidence, she could give Gina a run for her money. So, I'd put my money on the ZB. But I wouldn't be shocked if Amy pulls off a surprise. It's all about the race day magic. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Super 8 track, and leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a 2013 Nissan Altima, starting strong from pole position. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Hingle McCringleberry has shot out to the front, followed closely by myself in second place. Amy is holding on to third for now, but the pack is already closing in. Husky Hog and Sobe are noticed to tail for 8th place. Mission Man just gained a spot to 10th. Scott Dixon and Mission Man are now fighting for the same spot, 10th. Hippie Langstrom just overtook someone to take 5th place. Husky Hog is also climbing up to 8th. Mission Man and Sovi are nose to nose for 9th. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Newer Life is climbing up to 6th place. Mission Man is now in 10th place. Maya is holding steady in 3rd place. Gina Jones is closing in on the top 2. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 4th. Amy is leading the race comfortably. Husky Hog is closing in on Mission Man with a 5.3 second gap. Maya just moved up 1 spot to 4th. Bao Bai Bao Lap also gained 1 position, now in 6th. Amy is leading comfortably in her 2013 Holden Commodore VF. She's been setting the pace with the fastest lap so far, and looks to be in control of the race. The track's tight corners seem to favor the V8s with better handling, but the long straights are giving the Mustangs and ZBS a chance to catch up. Mission Man is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima. Looks like they're holding 8th place, but their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Not exactly setting the pace. Hey everyone! It seems like the stream decided to take a little nap. But don't worry, I'm on it. I'm working on fixing it so we can get back to racing those AI cars. Just hang tight for a moment and I'll have us back on the track in no time. Thanks for your patience. Here's a fun fact about the 1966 Ford GT40 MKI. This car was specifically built to beat Ferrari at Le Mans, and it really made a splash by winning the race 4 years in a row, from 1966 to 1969. Imagine that, a car that was basically designed to be a racing overachiever, and it totally succeeded, making it one of the most iconic race cars in history. Alright, everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is ticking down, so make your choices before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI driver will dominate the race. Wow, what a matchup! On one hand, we have Hingle McCringleberry in that flashy 2015 Lykan Hypersport, a car that looks like it's straight out of a sci-fi movie, and definitely has the style factor. On the other hand, Baobai Biolab is piloting the 2019 Brabham BT62, which is known for being a track beast with serious performance chops. Considering the cars, I'd say the Brabham has the edge when it comes to sheer racing ability, especially on a track like Ailes Reverse. But hey, never underestimate the Hypersport's flashiness and the potential for surprises. If I had to place a bet, I think the Brabham might just take this one, but it's going to be close. Let's see if Hingle can defy the odds, or if Baobai Biolab cruises to victory. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Ailes Reverse, and leading the pack is Ice in a 1974 Ford Gran Torino. Looks like a nostalgic blast from the past up front. Let's see if that classic can hold on. Gina Jones has shot off the line and taken the lead. Ice is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. New for Life is right behind, not giving up just yet. Aminsan is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 4th place. Maya is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 8th. New for Life just gained 1 position, now 2nd. Things are heating up. Pippi Langstrup is making a bold move, climbing 3 places to 7. New for Life is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Sylvie is also gaining ground, advancing 1 position to 5th. Bao by Biolab is climbing to 8th place. Scott Dixon is now in 12th position. The reverse layout is shaking things up with tight corners favoring aggressive overtakes and keeping the pack close. ICE is leading the race in a vintage street car, a 1974 Ford Gran Torino Doge. Looks like they're holding on to that top spot pretty well so far. Scott Dixon is driving a 2001 Toyota Celica SX2. He's currently in the middle of the pack, probably trying to find a way around the cars ahead. Looks like he's not making any big moves yet. New for Life is leading the race with a Lykan Hypersport, which is known for its sleek design and incredible speed. Looks like they're enjoying a comfortable lead so far. ICE is leading the race with a vintage Ford Gran Torino from 1974. It's holding a strong position, but don't count out the modern cars trying to catch up. The race looks tight behind them. ICE is leading the race in a vintage 1974 Ford Gran Torino Duarantano. Looks like vintage is making a comeback, but the real challenge will be holding on to that first place. Scott Dixon is driving a 2001 Toyota Celica SS2 and he's currently in the 12th place and seems to be struggling to move up the field. New for Life is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he slips up. Pippi Langstrup just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. Ingo McCringleberry and Sovi are still nose to nose for 7. Sovi just nudged ahead of Pippi Langstrup to take the 6th spot. They're now nose to nose in this tight fight for 6th place. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 6th place. ICE and Biolab are nose to nose for 9th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Scott Dixon is now in 10th. Looks like they're both on the move. Gina Jones is racing a 1992 BMW, a NASCAR C2, a retro classic that's holding 2nd place. Looks like her vintage charm is working well in this race. Bao by Biolab is right behind Sovi now. The gap's shrinking fast. Looks like a move is coming soon. New for Life is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls off a miracle. Gina Jones is racing a 1992 BMW, an NASCAR C2, a retro street car RI. She's holding 2nd place, which is impressive considering the age of her car. Looks like she's holding her own against the moderns. Zolich Adonin 81 is racing a vintage 1964 Austin Healey 3000 Mark on E-Day. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling with pace. as their lap time is significantly slower than the others. Bao Bai Bio Lap is driving a 2019 Brabham BT62, which is known for its lightweight design and high performance. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady with a quick lap of 1:28.836. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making big moves yet. Aminsan just snuck into 2nd place, leaving the rest of the pack in the dust. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 5th, inching closer to Maya Botany. Looks like Maya and Pippi are about to have a showdown for that 5th spot. Maya just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Amy is right behind. This could get interesting. Wow, what a surprise. Congrats on winning the race, New for Life. Guess all those practice sessions paid off. Wow, what a race! Huge congratulations to New for Life for taking the win. Well deserved. And great job on that fastest lap too, New for Life. You're really earning that like in Hypersport. Hingle McCringleberry. You might not have won the race, but you won the bet race, so you get the same amazing car. Nice work! And Amin-san with the most overtakes. You've earned that sleek 2019 Brabham B62. Impressive displays all around. Can't wait to see what you guys do with those rides. Alright everyone, the countdown is on. Make sure to pick your favorite AI car before time runs out. We don't want any carless chaos now, do we? Get those selections in and let's see which machine takes the crown. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Toyota Celica Turbo from 1977 versus the Porsche 935 78 from 1978. The Celica is a classic with a lot of charm, but the Porsche 935 78 is known for its incredible speed and aerodynamic design, especially in racing circles. Given the car choices, I'd put my money on the Porsche, even if the driver might be just as important as the car. It's like putting a racehorse against a sturdy old mule. Though, unless Strutting Jarl has some secret tricks up his sleeve, I'd say the Porsche has the upper hand here. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Tor Poznan, and leading the pack in Group 5 is Hingle McCringleberry. In a vintage 1978 Greenwood Corvette GTX, it's a classic versus modern showdown, so stay tuned. Sophie has taken an early lead. Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second, and Francourty is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to fourth place. The battle for third between Strutting Jarl and Francourty is heating up. Maya is advancing to seventh place, inching closer to the pack. The Critica Leg and Strutting Jarl are neck and neck for fourth place. Maya is climbing up to sixth. Trash Crashton is making a move, now in ninth. Akanon is making a strong push, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bunnies of Doom is also climbing fast, moving up 3 spots to 17. Maya is gaining ground, moving up 2 places to 4th. The battle for third is heating up between Maya and Francourty. Looks like a close fight. Maya is now in third place, climbing up 1 spot. Strutting Jarl and Francourty are nose to nose fighting for fourth. Tukins Flora is making a move up to 10th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 5th place. Strutting Jarl and Dixon are nose to tail for that position. Amy is inching up to 11th. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to take 7th place. The battle between the Critica Leg and Pippi Langstrom for 7th is getting intense. Rosegod Gumming is climbing up to 13. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 2nd place. Bao by Biolab just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. The Critica Leg and Bao by Biolab are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya has just overtaken for 2nd place. Bao by Biolab is also climbing up, now in 7th. Pippi Langstrom and Bao by Biolab are nose to nose for 7th. The Fox 84 just moved up 1 spot to 25-30. He's now battling it out with the Hawatic Weirdo for 24th place. Looks like a close fight there. Grand Preserve just nudged ahead of the Forza E4 for 26th place. They're nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Broxworth and Adenut 44 are nose to tail for the 8th place. Looks like they're not planning to give each other a break anytime soon. Grand Preserve and the chaotic Weirdo are locked in a close fight for the 25th spot. Might want to grab some popcorn for that one. New for Life is climbing up to 12th place. Matthewsaurus Rex has moved up to 19th place. Matthewsaurus Rex and Adenut 44 are nose to nose for 18th place. Let's Go just climbed one spot to 20. Gato Gamerezach and Thifuts 84 are nose to nose for 27. Strutting Jarl and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 5th place. Matthewsaurus Rex just gained one spot and is now in 18th. Adenut 44 and Matthewsaurus Rex are battling hard for 18th. Adenut 44 is climbing nicely up to 17th place. Let's Go is also making moves, now in 18th place. Gina Jones and Let's Go are nose to nose for that 18th spot. Looks like a close fight. Thou by Beolat and Strutting Jarl are nose to tail for 6th place. Just Jeanette is climbing 2 spots to 19th. Broxworth is inching up 1 spot to 21st. Franquerity and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 3rd place. Thou by Beolap just gained a spot to 6th. Two Kinds, Flora and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 8th. Chubby Boy RJ is making a move, climbing up to 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cloud Surfer 69 is also on the rise, doing the same to land in 25. Gina Jones is having a rough time, dropping 9 spots to 29. Akanona is racing a vintage Cooper Type 61 Monaco. They're currently in the 16th place, just ahead of the last few cars in the vintage ultralights. Looks like a steady but slow race for now. Wow, Sophie really sped to the finish line. Congrats on the win. You must be feeling pretty speedy today. Wow, Sovi really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race, you earned it. As for the drivers with the chance to claim a car, Maya just smashed the fastest lap record and gets to take home a 1978 Porsche 93578. Nice work, Maya. Hey Naida, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you've been well. Ready to see some crazy AI cars race? And maybe pick a favorite? Let's get this show started. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 2008 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. It's built for tight corners and quick accelerations, making it a solid choice on a short, twisty circuit like Mas Duclos. Plus, it's got that rally car attitude that tends to shine in the kind of race where agility and drivability matter more than outright top speed. I mean, who wouldn't want a car with that kind of rally heritage to dominate a short loop? Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in before the race starts. Don't miss out on the chance to see your chosen vehicle battle it out on the track. Alright folks, we've got the critical leg in a 2008 Subaru Impreza WRX STI versus deplorable in a 2008 Volvo C30 T5 Honda. Now, if we're talking raw speed and agility, the Subaru's reputation for rally-inspired handling might give it a slight edge here. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, but a pretty speedy knife. The Volvo, on the other hand, is more of a luxury hatchback with some turbo punch. But it's not exactly known for razor-sharp racing performance. Though unless deplorably Apple is planning to turn this into a surprise endurance race, I'd say our betting should favor the critical legs Subaru for the win. But hey, it's AI racing, so expect the unexpected. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Mas Duclos short loop, and leading the pack is Pippi Langström in a 2012 Volkswagen Astra G TCV XR. She's sitting on pole and looking to take an early lead in this grid of slightly aging speedsters. Buckle up! Cloudsurfer 69 has taken an early lead with Pippi Langström right behind in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to third for now. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to second place. Bao Bai Biolab is now in fifth. Chizen Dashauer has moved up to sixth. The race is heating up. Amy just overtook someone to move into third place. Tails of Strilly is closing in on 7th, now just behind Toucan's Flora. Looks like a tight fight for 7th place. Amy is driving a modern BMW M135, same as Maya. She's currently in third place, holding steady but not making any big moves. Looks like she's just keeping pace for now. Rafael just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. He's locked in a close fight with Naibi for 9th. Brandigan and Rafael are also battling for 10th. Hingle McCringleberry just took the lead, claiming first place. Rafael is climbing to 9th. And Maya is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 10th. Brandigan just overtook someone to move into 12th place. Yaboy Rwanda and the Kritika Leg are nose to nose for 15. Looks like a close fight there. Rafael just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Maya and Toucan's Flora are still nose to nose for 9. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot and is now in 12th. Chizendashower is climbing up to 5th place. Baobei, Biolap and Chizendashower are nose to nose for that spot. Maya is sneaking into the top 10, moving up to 9th. Rafael is closing in on Tales of Strilly, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th place. Double is making a move up to 12th place, gaining 2 spots. Maya and Rafael are neck and neck for 8th place. The Kritika Leg just gained 1 spot to move into 13th. Yaboy Rwanda is also climbing up 1 spot to 15. Maya just snuck into 8th place. Rafael and Maya are nose to nose for that spot. Yaboy Rwanda is climbing up to 14. Looks like a tight race behind the leaders. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Cloudsurfer for 69 is trying to defend against Amy's charge. Gina Jones is now in 10th place, inching closer to the top. Double has climbed to 11th, not bad at all. Scott Dixon is driving a 2015 Ford Fiesta ST. He's currently in the 8th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute, 5 seconds, and 4 hundredths. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the front runners. The Kritika Leg is climbing to 12th place. Deplorably April is making a move to 16th place. Maya is closing in on the leader, trying to make a move. Tales of Strilly just overtook someone for 6th place, climbing up nicely. Sovi is driving a 2008 Smart for 2, which is known for its compact size and city-friendly design. Looks like their race is not going too well, currently in last place and a bit off the pace. Chizendashower is driving an Infiniti G 37 Coupe L, starting from the 8th position. They are currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap time of 59.022 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady and making moves. Ya boy Rwanda is now in 13th place, climbing up one spot. Sovi is in 19th place, also moving up one spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Amy quickly. The gap shrinks by over a second. Deplorably Apple climbs one spot to 15th. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 3rd place. Cheesen Dachau is narrowing the gap to Amy by almost 3 seconds. Naibe is chipping away at Mu for Life, closing in by a little over a second. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry took the win. Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry, you really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race. You must be feeling pretty good right now. And with the fastest lap, you've earned yourself that sleek 2019 IPS Kuruma. Nice work. And Maya, you definitely made the race exciting with all those overtakes. You've earned yourself that stylish 2015 BMW M35 iGuide. Well done. Now, who's ready for the next race? Sure. A fun fact about the 1950s sports car racing class is that back then, many of the cars looked more like sleek street cars than actual race cars. They often used production car bodies with just a few modifications, which means some of the most iconic racing machines of that era were essentially heavily tuned versions of your average road car. It's like the ultimate example of turning everyday vehicles into race legends. Talk about putting the sports in sports car. Alright, this is quite the classic showdown. The Jaguar D-Type is a legendary racing machine, known for its sleek aerodynamics and sharp handling. On the other hand, the Maserati Birdcage is a true beauty with a reputation for agility and spirited performance. Considering the car choices, I'd say the Jaguar might have a slight edge on Maple Valley's twists and turns, thanks to its proven racing pedigree. But don't count out the Maserati, it's lightweight and nimble, so it could surprise us if the AI drivers are feeling bold. Honestly, I'm leaning towards the Jaguar. But this is definitely one of those races where it could come down to the tiniest details. Who do you think will take the win? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Maple Valley, and leading the pack is the Tryhard Triad in the 1956 Maserati 450 S-Classic vibes up front. Let's see if Vintage Charm can hold off the competition. Hingle Kringleberry has taken an early lead, with Tryhard Triad close behind in second. Pippi Langstrup is holding on to third, but don't blink or you'll miss some action. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing up to third place. Pippi Langstrup and Anonymous Ninity 3 are still nose to nose for third. New for Life is also making a move up to sixth. Pippi Langstrup is climbing fast into second place. New for Life is also making moves. Now, in fourth, Glukachu and New for Life are nose to nose, fighting for that fourth spot. Gina Jones is climbing fast, now in 10th place. Pumpkin of Glory is right behind, overtaking 5 cars to reach 11th. And I am making my move, also overtaking 5 cars to settle into 12th. Things are heating up. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Maya fast, cutting the gap by 740 seconds. Kate Krishk is not far behind, closing in on Pippi by 644 seconds. No for Life and Anonymous Ninity 3 are locked in a fierce fight for second place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 8th place. Justin Gilks and Dixon are battling closely for that position. Pumpkin of Glory is closing the gap on Gina Jones, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Tryhard Triad is driving a Maserati 450Es from 1956, starting from the very front. Looks like they're holding the lead so far, but the race is still wide open. Anonymous Zinity 3 is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Scott Dixon is moving up 1 spot to 7th. Pumpkin of Glory is closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing to 6th place. Justin Gilks is making a move to 8th. Gina Jones is closing in on Indigopit, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Pumpkin of Glory is now in 10th place, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrup is in 12th place, also moving up 1 spot. Garishka has gained 2 positions and is now in 13th place. Maya just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Looks like she's on a mission. Hingle McCringleberry and Maya are nose to tail, battling for the top spot. This is getting intense. Over in the mid-pack, Amy and Saprothri are locked in a close fight for 15th. Could go either way. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 1st place. Anonymous Ninty 3 has moved up to 2nd. Move for Life is in 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the front. Scott Dixon is climbing to 6th place. Tryhard Triad is sneaking into 7th. Justin Gilks is inching into 8th. Looks like everyone's playing musical chairs. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Pumpkin Offbury is now in 16th position, still trying to find some speed. Gina Jones has moved up to 10th, inching closer to the top. Amy is climbing fast, now in 13th place after those 3 quick overtakes. Sylvie has stormed through the field, now leading the race. Hingle McCringleberry and Sylvie are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Anonymous Ninity 3 and New for Life are locked in a close duel for 3rd place. Hippie Langstrup is closing in on Tryhartriat fast, cutting the gap by 5.6 seconds. Hingham Kringleberry and Sylvie are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Anonymous Ninity 3 just gained a spot, now sitting in 3rd. Hingham Kringleberry is now in 1st place. Anonymous Ninity 3 has moved up to 2nd. New for Life is in 3rd. Looks like the top 3 are swapping positions like it's a game. Bao by Biolab is now in 4th place, closing the gap with Cthulhu Kachu Gotcha. Cthulhu Kachu and Bao by Biolab are still nose to tail for that 4th spot. Amy has advanced to 11th place, making some progress. Scott Dixon and Cthulhu Kachu are nose to tail for 5th place. Sylvie is closing in on Pumpkin Offbury, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Anonymous Ninity 3 just took the lead, moving up 1 spot to take 1st place. Saprothri also gained 1 position, now in 13th. Pumpkin Offbury is closing in on Kikrik G, chopping 4 seconds off the gap. Looks like a battle is brewing. Justin Gilks is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 10th place. Sir Prothry is gaining 2 spots and now sits in 11th. Kate Creek is on a roll, climbing 12 places to take the lead. Pumpkin Offbury is not far behind, overtaking 13 cars to sit in 2nd. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Pumpkin Offbury are nose to tail, fighting for 2nd place. Wow, Anonymous Ninity 3 took the checkered flag. Looks like they were just too quick for everyone else. Well deserved. Congratulations, Anonymous Ninity 3. You absolutely crushed it out there. Great job winning the race, you really showed those AI cars who's boss. And for the drivers who can claim a car, Scott Dixon, you earned the fastest lap, so you're eligible for that beautiful 1955 Maserati 300S. Gina Jones, you took the bet race, so you get the exclusive right to claim the stunning 1959 Maserati. Well done to both of you. Well, fun fact about the 1995 Indy cars is that they were pretty much the last of the old-school open-wheel racers before things started shifting towards more modern designs. These cars could reach speeds over 230 miles per hour on the straightaways, which is like the speed of a pretty fast jet. Also, they had a reputation for being pretty tricky to handle, making the driver's skills look more like a high-wire act than just driving. So, basically, they were the wild, rebellious teenagers of the racing world. Fast, a little unpredictable, and totally unforgettable. Ooh, this is a fascinating matchup. Both cars are from the same era, but have their own quirks. The Penske PC23, driven by Marty Freese, is known for its agility and sharp handling, especially on a track like Alastaro Sprint Long. On the other hand, Amy, driving the Reynard 95i, has a reputation for solid stability and consistent performance. Given the track and the car's characteristics, I'd lean slightly towards Marty Freese and the Penske. It tends to excel in quick, twisty sections which are plentiful on that circuit. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see who takes the lead and who ends up doing a graceful slide into obscurity. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Alastaro Sprint Long Track, and leading the pack is none other than Hingle McCringleberry in a 1995 Penske PC23. Looks like he's got the pole position and the best shot at winning this one. Stay tuned. Le Caillou is leading the race, followed closely by Hingle McCringleberry in second place. Gina Jones is currently in third, trying to keep up. Der Let's Go is climbing fast, now in 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to the lead, moving up to first place. Le Caillou and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose, fighting for the top spot. Gina Jones is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to take the lead. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 5th place, making her way through the pack. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place. Le Caillou has moved up to second. Down to Quest is in third. The race is tightening up. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Jaimez has also gained 1 position and is now in 12th. New for Life and Jaimez are nose to nose for 12th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Pippi Langstrom is driving a Penske 23. Their race seems steady with a solid 5th place, but no sign of pushing for the lead just yet. Amy is in 11th place driving a Reynard 95i. Looks like she's stuck behind some traffic but still hanging in there. New for Life is driving a Lola T9500 and is currently in the 13th place. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably waiting for an overtake opportunity. Hymice is driving a Reynard 95i and is currently in the 12th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:7.592, so they're hanging in there but not quite making the push forward. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the race with the fastest lap time of 1:6.899. His car, a 1995 Penske PC 23, seems to be handling well and maintaining a solid pace at the front. Pippi Langstrom is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still 5th. Let's see if he can close the gap. Pippi Langstrom is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still behind a couple of cars. Let's see if he can capitalize on that speed. Just Panchakis is driving a Lola T9500 and is currently in the last place. Looks like the race isn't going their way today. Amy is currently in 10th place driving a Reynard 95i. Her fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so she's not exactly setting the pace. Looks like she's trying to find her rhythm. Well, look at that. Hingle McCringleberry just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry took the win. Huge congratulations on that fantastic victory. Truly a masterclass out there. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrom for grabbing the fastest lap. You might not have claimed the top spot today, but that speed is definitely worth a prize. Pippi, you can claim the 1995 Penske PC23, the classic Indy car from 1995. Enjoy driving that beauty. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Rio de Janeiro mini circuit, I'd probably go with the 2015 Porsche 911 991G T3Rs. It's built for sharp corners and quick acceleration, which are perfect for a tight, twisty track like that. Plus, it's got the balance and handling to navigate the curves efficiently. The sheer agility it offers would give it an edge over some of these muscle cars that might excel on straights but struggle a bit on tight corners. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is definitely the time to do it. The clock's almost out, and we wouldn't want any of you to miss out on your chance to cheer for your favorite machine. So, get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, let's break it down. Gina Jones is behind the wheel of a 2015 Porsche 91199 1G 3 RS. That car is a beast with great handling and precision, perfect for tight turns and quick acceleration. On the other hand, I've got a 2018 Mustang Shelby SSE. It's got raw power and a mean engine, but maybe not quite as nimble as Gina's Porsche on a tricky track like Rio de Janeiro Mini. Given the track's layout and the strengths of each car, I'd say Gina's car might have the edge on maneuverability. But don't count me out just yet. It could come down to driver skill and a few clever moves. I'd put my money on Gina, but only by a nose. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at the Rio de Janeiro mini track, and Sovi is leading the pack in pole position. He's driving a classic 1993 Ford Mustang SVT Cobra. Talk about bringing the old school to the new school race. Gina Jones is taking an early lead. Sovi is right behind her, and I'm holding on to third place. Looks like a close battle already. Rosé Goldgaming and Maya are nose to tail for third place. Scott Dixon just gained one spot and is now 7th. Inga McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 7th. Baobai Beolab is now in third place, climbing 2 spots. Rosé Goldgaming and Baobai Beolab are nose-to-nose fighting for third. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move up to 6th place, also climbing 2 spots. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Gibby Langstrom is making her way to 9. Looks like some strategic moves on the track. Baobai Beolab is climbing up to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Rosa Goldgaming are still nose-to-nose for 4th. Pippi Langstrom and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Rosa Goldgaming is right behind, ready to pounce. Pippi Langstrom is making a move, climbing to 8th. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Hingle Me Kringleberry and Rose Goldgaming are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Pippi Langstrumpf is sneaking into 7th place. Maya just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Looks like she's on a roll. Pippi Langstrumpf is also climbing up to 6th. Pippi and Rose Goldgaming are nose to nose for 5th. This race is heating up. Rose Goldgaming is climbing to 4th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is knocking on the top 5 door in 6th. Maya is driving a 2018 Ford Mustang Shelby SS, starting in 3rd place. She's currently in 3rd, holding her position well. Her fastest lap is a 39.868, so she's not exactly setting the pace but staying competitive. Scrooge Champ is racing a 2003 Lamborghini Gallardo. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves. Looks like a solid middle-of-the-pack effort so far. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 4th place. Move for Life and Scrooge Champ are nose to nose for 8th. Gina Jones is leading the race in her 2015 Porsche 911 GT3 Rs. She's been quick, setting the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's maintaining a solid pace at the front. Gina Jones is holding a solid lead with a comfortable margin. Maya is trying to catch up but still a bit behind. Looks like Gina might seal the deal unless something dramatic happens. Sophie's driving a 1993 Ford Mustang SVT Cobra, a retro classic with a bit of attitude. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, but they might need a boost to climb higher. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like someone was born to win. Congratulations! Wow, what a race! Huge congratulations to Gina Jones for winning. That was some impressive driving. Looks like she not only took the checkered flag but also gets to claim that sleek 2015 Porsche 911 GT3 Rs. Well deserved. And a big shout out to Baobai Biolab for smashing the fastest lap. You earned yourself that modern street car. Pippi Langstrumpf, you really went for it with all those overtakes, and now get to claim an awesome 2015 McLaren 570S. Nice work, everyone! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1977 Porsche 936 would probably have the best shot at winning on the Castle Combe circuit. It's a classic race-winning machine and known for its speed and handling. The others are all impressive in their own right, but the Porsche has that proven pedigree in endurance and racing that usually makes a difference on a technical track like Castle Combe. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Osella PA9 from 1981 has some serious racing pedigree. But the Renault Alpine, a 442B from 1977? That car is a legendary throwback with a lot of history. It all comes down to how the AI handles these vintage machines on Castle Combe. My money's on Sovi with the Osella just because that car's a bit more aggressive in design, and probably a few more tricks up its sleeve. But don't count out Hingle McCringleberry in the Renault. It's got that nostalgic charm and raw power that might just surprise us all. So, if I had to place a bet, I'd say Sovi takes it by a nose, but it's going to be a close race either way. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Castle Combe with Group 6 cars. Amy is on pole, driving a classic 1977 Porsche 936. Looks like she's ready to make some vintage magic happen. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second and Pippi Langstrom holding third. Looks like a tight start already. Scott Dixon is holding on to the lead with Amy right behind him. Maya is trying to find a way past Pippi Langstrom for third place. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are wheel to wheel for seventh. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Maya has climbed to third. New for Life is in seventh. The race is heating up with some steady moves. Scott Dixon's Porsche 936 from 1977 is leading the race and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely enjoying the front spot and some early dominance. New for Life is climbing up to sixth place. Hingle McCringleberry and Sovi are nose-to-nose for seventh. Gabby Minimac and Xragnarox are locked in a close fight for 12th. New for Life is closing in on Gina Jones and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has gained one position and is now in 7th place. Justin Yux and Trihartriad are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Justin Gilks advances to 10th place. Gabitha Minimac climbs to 11th. Triad and Gabitha Minimac are nose-to-nose for 11th. Captain Canadian and Sovi are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Starvix just snuck past someone to claim 12th. Xragnarox and Trihartriad are locked in a close fight for 13th. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrom are neck and neck for 4th place. Captain Canadian is climbing one spot to 8th. Xragnarox is also moving up one spot to 13th. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Zachariah TV just climbed one spot to 14th. Detoxnance and Trihartriad are locked in a close fight for 15th. New for Life is climbing to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Gina Jones by a second. Detoxnance is now in 15th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up one spot to take 6th place. Dina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. Trihut Triad and Detoxins are locked in a close duel for 15th. Gabitha Minimac is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon. They're currently in the 15th position and seem to be struggling with lap times, over a second slower than the leaders. The Group 6 cars are clearly faster and more competitive, with the top 3 all in Porsche 936. The track favors these high-performance machines, giving them an edge over Group 4 cars which are trailing behind. Wanga Tang 7, 272, is racing a 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTO. They're currently in the last place among Group 4 cars, and seem to be struggling with pace, already a good chunk behind the leaders. Sovi's got a big gap to Hingle now, so unless Sovi pulls a miracle, Hingle's got this one wrapped up. Wanga Tangs 272 is driving a 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. They're currently in the last position among Group 4 racers and seem to be struggling with pace, already over 4 seconds behind the next car. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the win. Guess he's still got the magic touch. Congrats to him. Wow! Scott Dixon really took the checkered flag. Nice job to him for dominating today. And congrats to New for Life for snagging the fastest lap. I guess their speed was on point today. They can now claim the 1977 Renault Alpine, a 442B, so get ready to channel some classic racing vibes. And well done to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race. Looks like they've earned that same glorious car. Time to get that vintage beauty ready for some old school cruising. A fun fact about shifter karts is that they are like the Swiss Army knives of kart racing. These tiny speed machines have gear shifters just like a real race car, which means drivers have to master gear changes on the fly while dodging around the track. It's basically kart racing's way of saying, hey, you think you're fast? Now do it while shifting gears all the time. They're a perfect blend of power and skill, making every race a wild, gear-shifting adventure. Alright, let's see. With 448 races under their belt and a win count of 34, it sounds like Maya has quite a bit of experience, even if the win rate isn't sky high. They're ranked 4th, so they're no stranger to the track. Lady Gami is a bit of an unknown quantity here, so it's a bit of a wild card. If I had to make a guess, I'd lean toward Maya just because they have more races and a consistent presence. But hey, in the world of AI racing, surprises are pretty much guaranteed. I wouldn't count Lady Gami out just yet. Place your bets, folks. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Gold Coast track. Starting on pole we have New for Life in the 2012 shifter kart. Captain, let's see if they can hold that lead, or if the pack catches up quick. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Ire Special in second, and the Pink Wolf hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. K-Step Flex is in 10th place driving a 2012 shifter kart. Oh, looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. New for Life is leading the race with a perfect score of 99.99. 99.99, the fastest lap. Their car is a 2012 shifter kart, and they seem to be comfortably ahead. Skex's Beaupre and Cased Flex are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Scott Dixon and Global Cecil are also locked in a close fight for 18th. Sir Gamingai is in 7th place with a 2012 shifter kart. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Globus Exo is currently in 18th place. Their car is a 2012 shifter kart, just like everyone else's. Looks like they're hanging in the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. Lady Gami is climbing up to 12th place. Angsigbiung Esk Vasik Switz is closing in on Scott Dixon, shrinking the gap by 3.3 seconds. Globals in 18th place with a 2012 shifter kart. Dying. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. No overtakes yet. K-Step is in 10th place with the 2012 shifter kart Diet. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much of a move yet. New for Life is having a tough time dropping to the 17th place. Year Special is climbing steadily to take the lead, and her Pink Wolf is also moving up to 2nd place. X-Basic Switch is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 17. Scott Dixon is also making progress, moving up 1 spot to 18. The track seems to be favoring the top contenders with a clear gap, but the tight pack behind suggests it's tricky enough to cause some surprises. Ingo Mekringleberry is in the lead for fastest lap, with a 1:33.512. Looks like they're pushing hard and making a strong run for the top. 8? Zert Gamingate and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a tight battle for 5th place. Skex's Beaupre is climbing up 1 spot to 9th. Zerkemingay and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on X-Basic Switch, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Gilbardo is charging through the field to take 3rd place. Gina Jones is right behind him, also climbing up fast. Lady Gammy is making a big move, overtaking 6 cars to sit in 5th. Things are getting interesting up front. Move for Life is on a roll, climbing to 11th place. Flex is not far behind, now in 12th. Global is making a move, up to 14. Things are heating up. Sophie is making a move, climbing 3 places to 17. Gilbardo is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Lady Gammy is climbing up to 4th, leaving someone behind. Skeksis Bird Cree and Isle Coast are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Global Excellence and Gemingay are also locked in a close fight for 14th. Deplorably Apple takes the lead, claiming 1st place. Skeksis Bill Cree advances to 12th. Zergamingay climbs to 13th. Lady Gammy is now in 2nd place. Maya has climbed to 3rd. Gina Jones is in 5th after moving up 1 spot. Flex is climbing fast, now in 7th place. Dex's Beaucree and Zergamingay are right behind, both moving up 4 spots as well. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. Wow! Deplorable took the win. Guess they really know how to leave everyone in the dust. Well done! Wow, Deplorably Apple takes the crown. Congratulations on that impressive win. You really showed us how it's done. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Sovi, you earned that fastest lap, so you get to claim the 2012 shifter car. Nice work. Keep that energy up for the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, which hosts the famous Indy 500, was originally built for horse racing? It was later adapted for car racing, and now it's one of the most iconic oval tracks in the world. It's like the track has a history of literally racing through time. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking and we wouldn't want anyone to miss out on the AI racing extravaganza. Grab your virtual selection and get ready for some high-speed, electrifying action. Hurry up, or you might be stuck watching these cars race without your favorite. Alright, so we've got Bao by Biolab in a classic 1964, Porsche 901 and King Grut in a vintage 1977, Opel Kadett CG. Teeny, now looking at these two, the Porsche is definitely the more iconic and probably more agile, with its sleek design and racing pedigree. The Opel, while charming, is a bit more of a quirky choice, and maybe not quite as nimble on the track. Given the choice of cars, I'd put my money on Bao by Biolab's Porsche, edging out, because that classic's got a reputation for speed and finesse. The Opel's got character, but in this race I think the Porsche is gonna leave it in the dust. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen, and the unexpected is always fun to see. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Indianapolis F1 with vintage street cars. Acorn is on pole, piloting a 1971 Ford Escort Mark I, ARSA 1600. Let's see if that classic beauty can hold on to the lead. Acorn takes the lead right out of the gate. Scott Dixon is holding strong in second place. Pat Swords is hanging in there in third. Let's see if they can keep it interesting. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Pat Swords has moved up to second. Acorn and Pat Swords are nose to nose for second place. Looks like a good fight. Bao by Biolab is climbing to 6th place. New for Life and Bao by Biolab are nose to nose for 6th. Waffling Godders is sneaking into the top 10. Waffling Godders is climbing up to 8th place. Kufo and Kingred are nose to nose for 10th. Day 39 is making a move, now in 12th. Kofo is climbing fast into the top 10. Kingrut and Lord Zekrisby are locked in a fierce duel for 10th place. Gina Jones is creeping up to 14. Waffling Godders and Love for Life are neck and neck for 7th place. Kingra just gained a spot and is now in 10th. Waffling Goddess is climbing to 7th place. Lady 39 is now in 11th. Gina Jones is inching into 12th. Kufo is climbing up to 8th place. Waffling Gutters and Kuo are still neck and neck for 7th. Maya is making a move, now in 13th, trying to catch up. Pat Swords is now in 1st place. Kufo has gained 2 spots and is now in 6th. Bao Bai Biolab and Kuafo are nose to nose for 6th. Pippi Langstrump and Bacorn are nose to nose for 3rd place. Kufi just snuck into 5th, climbing 1 spot. Bao Bai Biolab and Team Tinatea are locked in a close fight for 6th. Kufo is climbing to 4th place. Waffling Godders is closing in on Bao Bai Biolab. The gap shrinks by a second. Gina Jones is making a move, now in 10th. Maya is climbing up to the 12th place. Zikopal has gained 2 spots and is now 17th. Singoshi has moved up 1 position to 19th. Waffling Gottes and Bao Bai Biolab are locked in a fierce duel for 7th place. La Croissant 1980 is chipping away at Kingrid's lead, now just a second behind. Singoshi is climbing up the field, grabbing 18th position. Kufo is climbing up to 3rd place. Team Tinatia and Pippi Langstrump are neck and neck for 5th. Kingrud and I are locked in a close fight for 12th. Kufo is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Mike is creeping up on Undo for Life, but still a bit of ground to make up. Kufo and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 2nd place. Pippi Langstrump just gained a spot and is now in 4th. Acorn and Pippi Langstrump are fighting hard for that 4th spot. Kufo is climbing to 2nd place. Bao Bai Biolab and Team Tinatea are locked in a close fight for 6th. BD39 is advancing to 8th. Bao Bai Biolab just overtook someone to take 6th place. Team Tinatea and Bao Bai Biolab are still neck and neck for 6th. Waffling Godders is climbing 2 spots to 8th. Bao Bai Biolab is closing in on Bacorn rapidly. V39 just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Waffling Godders and VD39 are nose to nose for 8th. Waffling Godders just sneaked into 8th place. Gina Jones and VD39 are nose to nose for 9th. Kingrut is inching closer too. Amy closing the gap by a second. Waffling Godders is climbing up to 7th place. BD39 is now in 8th. Maya is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Wow! Patsworth's winning at Indianapolis F1? Looks like the race just got a whole lot more interesting. Congrats on the victory! Wow! Potsorts took the win. Congrats on that victory, you definitely earned it. As for the lucky driver who can claim a car, Beobai Biolab, you snagged the 1964 Porsche 901. Nice choice! That vintage street car is sure to turn some heads. Well done, everyone. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would probably go with the 28 Porsche 911 97 GT3 RSR. It's known for its precise handling and reliability on twisty circuits, like the Circuit Depot Vintage. Plus, Porsche race cars tend to have a good balance of power and control, making them formidable on a tricky track. I'd say it's got the edge over the other contenders when it comes to finesse and consistency. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking down. So make sure your choice is locked in before we start this race. Don't miss out on the chance to see your pick battle it out on the track. Ooh, this is a tough call. Both of these cars have their charm, but it's really about how they handle that vintage Circuit Depot. The Ferrari F360 GTC is known for its agility and precision, which could give it an edge on those tight corners. On the other hand, the Ascari KZ1R has that raw power and stability that might let it dominate the straights. If I had to guess, I'd say the Ferrari might have the slight edge in finesse around the twists and turns. But don't count out the Ascari. It's a beast in a straight line. It's going to be close, so I'll be watching closely to see which one can finesse its way to the front. Alright folks, the race kicks off with the classic Circuit Depot Vintage. Amy starting on pole in her 24 Nissan 350Z G300. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the others will catch up. Beobai Biolab has shot to the front, leading the race. Amy is right behind in second place. And Trifonenti 3 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Scott Dixon has climbed to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Necrophantasm are still neck and neck for 9th. Adialive has advanced to 12th. Nergutsu is charging through the field, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing steadily, now in 8th place. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail, battling hard for 8th. Adialive is climbing to 11th place. Nergutsu is making a move to 12th place. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya and Nouveau Life are locked in a tight fight for the 13th spot. Double is closing in fast on Maya, chopping down the gap by 3 seconds. Gamer Boss 72 is right behind Double, closing in by 2 seconds. Sylvie is now 6th place, climbing up 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry has also moved up 1 spot into 7th. Scott Dixon is in 8th after gaining a position. Hingle McCringleberry and Sylvie are nose to nose for 6th place. Gina Jones is chipping away at GamerBoss 72, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Gina Jones is closing in on GamerBoss 72 fast, cutting the gap by over 15 seconds. Banone 1857 is chipping away at Pippi Langström's lead, just a little over a second behind now. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place, making moves through the pack. Double is driving a 2004 Cadillac CTSV. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much noise or moves so far. Baobab Beolab is trying to overtake Amy for the lead. Pippi Langström is gaining on Trifinity 3 quickly, closing the gap by another second. The fight for 3rd is heating up with Pippi Langström and Trifinity 3 nose to nose. Scott Dixon is climbing to 7th place. Necrophantasm is closing in on Sylvie. The gap shrinks by almost 2 seconds. No Full Life is catching Nergutsu, closing the distance by a second. Amy is in 2nd place with the Nissan 350 ZT 300. She's got the fastest lap so far at 1 minute, 30.436 seconds. Looks like she's pushing hard. GamerBoss 72 is on a roll, climbing 5 places to reach 10th. Adialive just nudged into 9th. Double is sneaking up 2 spots to 11th. Necrophantasm is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy and Baobab Beolab are still locked in a fierce fight for 1st. Trifinity 3 is chipping away at Amy's lead, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Maya is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Trifinity 3 and Baobab Beolab are nose to nose for 2nd place. Gina Jones is climbing up to the 14th position. GamerBoss 72 is gaining on Adialive fast, closing the gap by almost 14 seconds. Necrophantasm is right behind GamerBoss 72, closing in by over 12 seconds. And Baobab Biolab has just snatched the lead, moving up one spot to take the top position. GamerBoss72 is on a roll, climbing up to 6th place. Maya is now in 13th, and Double has also gained 2 spots, sitting in 14th. Looks like some aggressive moves happening early. Wow, Amy. Looks like you've just claimed your throne at Circuit de Paul Vintage. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Big congrats to Baobab Biolab for winning the race. That was quite the showdown. You've earned your bragging rights today. And let's not forget the other drivers who did fantastic jobs today. Hingle McCringleberry, you've got the fastest lap, so you can claim that sleek 1995. Marcos LM 600 GT2. Nice work pushing those limits. Sylvie, you took the win in the bet race, so you get to claim that impressive 2007 Ascari KZ 1R. Well played. Great race, everyone. This was a close one. Who's up for another round? If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the 1994 Volkswagen Golf V R6. It's got a reputation for being a balanced little powerhouse with a good mix of power and handling. Plus, it's front-wheel drive, which might make it a bit more predictable on the Calafat circuit. Of course, the turbocharged Toyota Celica GT4 could also give it a run for its money with its rally-bred roots. But honestly, I'm betting the Golf VR6 would come out swinging and probably take the win. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down to the final seconds. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make that decision before the race starts without your input. Don't miss out on your chance to cheer for that sleek speedster or the underdog coming in hot. Oh wow, what a matchup! The old-school Mitsubishi G2 twin-turbo is definitely a beast with some serious power under the hood. It's like bringing a cannon to a knife fight. On the other hand, the Nissan 240SX is more about agility and driving finesse. But it might struggle a bit against the raw horsepower of the GTO. Given the cars and the track, I'd say I've got the edge here. My Mitsubishi should have the upper hand in a straight line and in the overall speed. But you never know. Stephen Brinkley could surprise us with some slick driving and outmaneuver the GTO. But honestly, I'm feeling pretty confident in my chances. This race might come down to who handles the curves better, but I still think the GTO has this one in the bag. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Calafate with Rosa Goldgaming on pole, driving a classic 1992 Nissan 240SX in the slowest car class of the 90s. Let's see if that nostalgic box can pull off an upset or if it's destined to be last. Rosa Goldgaming has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Annex Agarax is right behind in second, and Alexeyexnaeti is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is holding steady in fifth place. Amy just overtook 2 cars to move into fourth. Stephen Brinkley is climbing up to seventh. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the top 10 and ninth. Annex Agarax and LXEXAXCTEL are nose to tail for second place. Hingham McCringleberry just gained 1 spot and is now in fifth. Maya and Stephen Brinkley are locked in a fierce scrap for seventh. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 8th place. Gina Jones is also moving up now in 10th. Hippie Langstrom and Gina Jones are nose to nose for that 10th spot. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 8th place. Gina just gained 2 spots and is closing the gap. Amy has moved up to 3rd place, leaving the pack behind. Calicum Bunny is gaining on Bao by Biola, closing the gap by 140 seconds. New for Life and Calicum Bunny are locked in a close fight for the 14th spot. Annex Agarax just took the lead, now in first place. Hinga McCringleberry and Alexia Chedexnatet are nose to nose for fourth. Looks like a close fight there. Hinga McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Amy is now in 2nd. Stephen Brinkley and T-Bomb are nose to nose for 6th. Scott Dixon is on a tear, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. T-Bomb is having a rough time, dropping 6 spots to 12. Hingle McCringleberry is making progress, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. New for Life is closing in on Calicum Bunny, now just 6 seconds behind. Gina Jones has climbed up to 7th place. Maya has moved into 8th place, making a nice little advance. Sylvie is climbing to 11th place. Calicum Bunny is catching up to Bao by Biolab, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Maya is holding 8th place. Not bad for a twin-turbo GT. Stephen Brinkley is right behind in 10th. Looks like a close fight brewing. Calico Bunny is driving a 1988 Opel Ascona CGT. They're currently in the middle of the pack, in 14th place, so it looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. No for Life is racing a 1989 Nissan Laurel Dot. Their race looks pretty rough with no recorded lap time, and a position at the back of the pack. Alexia Ike is climbing to 4th place. Scott Dixon is narrowing the gap to Rosa Goldgaming by 2.7 seconds. I am also gaining on Gina Jones, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Stephen Brinkley is now in 10th place, closing in on that top 10 DY. Bao by Biolab and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for 10th. No for Life is climbing up to 13th, inching closer to the pack. T-Bomb is closing in on Calico Bunny at a rapid pace, trimming the gap by 5.7 seconds. Gina Jones has just gained one position, now sitting in 6th place. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 6th place, with nothing separating them right now. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older Porsche and Toyota, but the long straight might be giving the turbocharged GTO a chance to catch up. Bao by Biolap is driving a 1997 Mitsubishi GT twin turbo tin. They're currently in the 12th place and seem to be struggling with pace, given their lap time of over 2 minutes. Maya is holding her ground in 7th place. Hingle Mekringleberry is closing in on Annex Zagarax, but still a good chunk behind. Gina Jones is making moves, climbing up to 5th. Hingle Mekringleberry and Annex Zagarax are nose to tail for 2nd place. Alexia is closing in fast, chipping away at the gap. Scott Dixon is making a move, climbing up to 7th place. Gibby Langstrom is climbing to 6th place. Maya is making her way to 8th. Stephen Brinkley is closing the gap on Scott Dixon by 140 seconds. Amy's holding the lead comfortably and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this one under control. Amy is leading comfortably and just set the fastest lap, so it looks like he's in control and pushing hard. Amy is holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control for now. Wow, Amy, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow! Congratulations to Amy on winning the race. Great job out there. Now, for the cars up for grabs, Amy. Since you nailed the fastest lap, you can claim the 1994 Toyota Celica GT4. Maya? Since you won the bet race, you get the 1997 Mitsubishi GT twin Turbo Dautor. And Gina Jones, because you made the most overtakes, you can claim the 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integral. Nice work, everyone. This was some exciting racing. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your final guesses and pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Alright, we've got Shotskis in that vintage 1985 WMP83 and me in the sleek 1984 Lola T610. Now looking at the cars, the Lola T610 is known for its agility and smooth handling, which could give me a bit of an edge on Weatherfield Speedway. Shotski's P83 is a powerful brute, but its age might slow it down a tad in terms of finesse. Honestly, I'd say the race could come down to who can make the most of their car's strengths, but my money is on the Lola T610 pulling ahead. Of course, it's all about the AI driving skill, and who knows, maybe Shotskis will surprise us all with some vintage charm. Alright everyone, Hingle McCringleberry is leading the pack on pole position in a vintage 1985 MK84 120. Looks like he's got the early advantage at Weatherfield Speedway. Let's see if he can hold on to it or if the others will chase him down. So V has taken the lead right out of the gate. Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to second place, and Zipstakat is in third, trying to keep up. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 8. Trehart Triat is now in 10th. Hippie Langstrump and Zipstakat are nose to tail for third place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 6th, just ahead of Imjust Platinum. The fight for those middle positions is heating up. Trehart Triad and Shotskis are nose to nose for 9th place. Maya and Jerk Plays are locked in a close fight for 12th. Kaiosify is climbing up to 17th. Triad is climbing nicely into 8th place. New for Life is inching closer to 10th, now just behind Shotskis. Shotskis and New for Life are nose to nose for the final spot in the top 10. Beats with Kef and Triad are neck and neck for 8th place. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Jerk Plays and Maya are also fighting hard for 12th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Zugsterkat are nose to nose for 3rd place. Imbust Platinum is chipping away at Scott Dixon's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Imbust Platinum and Scott Dixon are now locked in a close fight for 6th place. Triad and Imbust Platinum are neck and neck for 7th place. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 12. Looks like Deplorable Apple and Maya are about to have a close fight for 11th. Triad and Imbust Platinum are neck and neck for 7th place. Deplorable Apple and Maya are locked in a close fight for 12th. Storyforge is climbing up to 18th. Shotskis is closing in on New for Life and has cut the gap by over a second. Deplorably Apple has climbed 1 spot to 12. Jerk Plays is also up 1 spot to 13. Pippi Langstrumpf and Zugsterkat are nose to tail for 3rd place. Shooter M Up just gained a spot and is now in 21st. Nestek and Wrath 92 are locked in a close fight for 26th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Zugsterkat are nose to tail for 3rd place. Famaka is chipping away at Osgerod's lead, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Famaka and Osgazerod are also locked in a close fight for the 22nd spot. New for Life is slicing through the field, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 3rd place, making a solid move. Gina Jones is also on the rise, now in 4th after just 1 overtaking maneuver. Deplorably Apple is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 6th place. Amy is making moves too, overtaking 7 cars to sit in 8th. Zugsterkat is having a tough time, dropping 25 positions to 30. Deplorable Apple is really stalking. No Woo for Life, now just a second and a bit behind. Imbus Platinum is climbing to 8th place and Triad is making a 2-spot jump to 9th. Elizitona 1095 is climbing up to 17th place. Oskserot is also moving up to 21st. Famaka and Osgazerod are locked in a close fight for 21st. Pippi Langstrumpf and Sovi are nose to nose for 2nd place. Amy is closing in on Triad, now just 1 second behind. Maya is climbing up to 13th, making moves through the pack. Sovi is gaining ground on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf and Sovi are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Deplorably Apple is chipping away at Nebuyu for life's lead, narrowing it by 1.9 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to second place. Shu Dem-up is also moving up to 18. Elicito Nadal 95, and Shu Dem-up are nose to tail for that 18th spot. Deplorably Apple is gaining on No for Life and closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Scott Dixon is hot on Deplorably Apple's heels, closing in by over 2 seconds. Triad and Invest Platinum are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place, so expect some fireworks there. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the checkered flag. Clearly, speed runs in the family. Wow, what a race! Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the top spot. You really showed everyone how it's done. And a special shout out for snagging the fastest lap, which means you get the iconic 1885 MKAC 84-1. That's quite the prize. As for me, I can't believe I actually won the bet race. I'll happily take home the sleek 1984 Lola T61010. And let's not forget Deplorable Apple, who overtook everyone like a pro. You earned the 1985 Sober SHSC6. This was an epic showdown. Can't wait to see what happens in the next one. Sure thing. Did you know that Golden Port Circuit is actually located in Beijing, China, and it's known for its tight corners and quick laps? It's like the track where even the fastest cars need to keep their wits about them, or risk a surprise spin. Perfect for some high-speed chaos and last-minute overtakes. Alright, so we've got Pippi Langstrumpf with a pretty impressive number of races under their belt, and a win percentage that's, well, not exactly dominating, but definitely respectable. Coming in at 4th rank, they've clearly got some skill, or at least plenty of experience. On the other hand, Kingrid is a mystery. No stats, no ranking, just a wild card. That makes this a bit of a gamble, doesn't it? Will they surprise us, or end up spinning out like a character in a bad action film? If I had to put my chips down, I'd lean towards Pippi Langstrumpf because experience often beats mystery in these races. But hey, the underdog story is always fun to watch, so maybe Kingrid will turn out to be the dark horse here. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Goldenport, and leading the pack is the Super Trofeo y Benzema in a sleek 2014 Lamborghini Huracan Saint. Let's see if it can hold that impressive start. The race kicks off with Benzema leading the pack, followed closely by Amundsen in 2nd, and Rosaurus holding on to 3rd. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. Gina Jones and Maya are neck and neck for 4th place. Amy and Sophie are locked in a close fight for 8th. Penny 3 and Scott Dixon are battling hard for 10th. Rosaurus and Amundsen are neck and neck for 2nd place. Two Peas into Podcast and Gina Jones are fighting hard for 5th. Sophie and its Bumblebee are locked in a close scrap for 7th. Two Peas and a Podcast is driving a Lamborghini Huracan Saint, same as everyone else. They're holding 6th place, so they're not exactly racing to the back, but not challenging for the lead either. Looks like a steady middle of the pack run so far. Amy is in 9th place driving a 2014 Lamborghini Huracan Saint. Looks like she's holding her position but hasn't made any moves yet. Amundsen is holding 2nd place in a Lamborghini Huracan Saint, just behind Benzema. Looks like they're sticking close, probably waiting for a chance to overtake. Ingo McCringleberry's car is a 2014 Lamborghini Huracan Saint, just like the others. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making any moves yet. The race seems pretty stable for now. Maya is currently in 4th place with a fastest lap of 6.827. Her car is a 2014 Lamborghini Huracan Saint, just behind the top 3. Looks like she's holding steady but needs a bit more speed to catch the leaders. Amundsen is driving a Lamborghini Huracan Saint, starting in 2nd, and holding on to that spot. Fastest lap is 6.052, so they're pushing pretty hard. Looks like a solid race so far. Gina Jones is currently in 5th place driving a 2014 Lamborghini Huracan Saint. Her fastest lap is a 17.829, so she's not exactly setting the world on fire, but holding her position pretty steady. Benzema is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless he makes a mistake. Amy is in 9th place with a fastest lap of 1:7.16. Her car is holding steady, but not quite enough to challenge the top contenders. Looks like she's trying to keep it clean. Scrooge just climbed one spot to 16. Now he's eyeing 15, where Pippi Langstrumpf and him are locked in a close fight. Ihava Exema is holding the lead comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Amundsen is holding the pace and trying to chase down Ihava Exema, but with only one lap left, it's going to be a tight finish. Its Bumblebee is in 7th place with a lap time of 1:6.6 to 1/3. Their car is holding steady, but hasn't shown any signs of a major push yet. Amundsen is holding second and just set the fastest lap, so he's probably saving the best for last. Pippi Langstrumpf's car is a 2014 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. She's currently in 15th place, and her fastest lap is just under 1:8. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Wow! Ihava Exema really took the checkered flag. Guess all that skin trouble didn't slow them down. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Ihava Exema for winning the race. That's quite the achievement. They definitely earned it with some serious skill out there. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for winning the bet race. Claim that Lamborghini Huracan Sant, you've earned it. Sophie, you did the most overtakes, so you also get to take home that Lamborghini. Nice work, everyone. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO. It's a legendary classic with a mix of power, agility, and racing pedigree that could make quite the statement on that winding circuit. Plus, it just sounds like it was made for tight corners and speedy straights. The others are interesting for sure, but the Ferrari's reputation for racing excellence still holds a certain charm. Alright folks, time is almost up. Make your final choices and get ready to see these AI cars race like there's no tomorrow. Don't miss out on the action, it's about to get intense. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. Pippi Langstrumpf with that classic Mercedes from 1971 versus Sophie in the sleek 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2. Both are beauties but very different beasts. The Mercedes has that sturdy, luxurious feel, probably better in the long straights but maybe a bit heavy around the corners. The Alfa Romeo, on the other hand, with its lightweight design and sporty heritage, might have the edge in agility and cornering. Considering the circuit is Villarreal, known for its tight and twisting corners. I'd give a slight advantage to Sovi in the Alfa Romeo. But hey, it's all about how the AI handles those sharp turns. My money? I'd put it on Sovi because that vintage Alfa's got a reputation for nimbleness and excitement. But don't count out Pippi's Mercedes just yet. Sometimes these old-school giants surprise us. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at the Circuito International de Vila Real. Maya's up front, starting on pole in a classic 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 429. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold off the newer rivals. Maya is leading the race right now. Inga McCringleberry is in second place. Right behind, Gina Jones is holding on to the third spot, not far behind the top two. Gina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for second place. Scott Dixon and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Zoe and Pippi Langstrom are battling hard for sixth. Gina Jones is climbing to second place. Scott Dixon has moved up to fourth. Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for third. Ken Fatig and U20 Plays are neck and neck for the 14th spot. Lotusos just gained one position and is now in 17th. La Croissant 1980 is trying to squeeze past Amy for 9th place. Abeta Bloke and Lotusos are nose to tail for 17. La Croissant 1980 and Amy are nose to tail for 9th place. Maya is closing in on the pair, looking to make it a three-way scrap. Abeta Bloke is gaining ground, now in the top 20. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 SS. Looks like he's holding a solid second place, but no signs of overtaking yet. The race seems pretty stable for now. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing up to 12th place. Deluxe Combo and Henfatig are nose to nose for 15. Calican Bunny and Pace CAR are locked in a close fight for 19. Calican Bunny is on a roll, climbing 11 spots to take 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining ground, moving up one spot to second. Sovi is also making progress, advancing one position to 5th. KCAR is on a roll, climbing 9 spots to 11. Gina Jones just nudged into second place. Amy is inching closer to the top, now in 9th. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing fast into the top 11. Lil Sprout is sneaking into the 12th spot. Deluxe Combo is making a move into the 13th. Amy is in 10th place with a 1973 Mazda RX-3 GT. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress yet. Scott Dixon is now in 3rd place. Elisa Tona, 1095, and Pippi Langstrom are battling hard for 7th. Infatig is climbing up to 15. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Elitsidonatan 95 is also making a move to 7th. Deluxe Combo and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 12th. Lacroissant 1980 is driving a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 429. They started in 9th place and are currently in 10th. Looks like a pretty steady race so far, no major moves or mistakes. Elicitone 95 is gaining on Move Woofer Life fast enough to make it a game of chase. Amy just sneaked into 8th place. Looks like she's on a mission. Pace CRR is closing in on Calican Bunny, but still has some ground to cover. Pippi Langstrumpf is holding a solid 6th place, but Sophie is just behind in 7th. Looks like a close fight for the final podium spot. Henfatig is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 12. Pace CAR is closing in on Calican Bunny fast, chopping almost 11 seconds off the gap. Emerald Tick 398 is making a strong push up the field, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th place. Deluxe Combo is also climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 12th place. Gina Jones is holding onto her lead, moving up 1 spot to take the top position. Abeta Bloke is making a strong push, now in 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. Lotusus is also climbing fast, now in 14th after overtaking 4 cars. And Maya is now in 1st place, climbing up 1 spot. The race is heating up. Deluxe Combo is climbing up to 11th place. Emerald Tick 398 and Deluxe Combo are nose to nose for 11. Lil Sprout is also making moves, now in 15th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 1st place. Maya and Hingle are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. The Group 3 cars are holding tight at the front with close lap times, showing the class is competitive here. The track's tight corners favor nimble cars like the Alpine and Mazda, but the Mustangs are holding their own. The mix of car types keeps the race unpredictable. Scott Dixon is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just over a second. Lecra in 1980 is really closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, now only 2.5 seconds behind. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry on winning the race. Clearly, the checkered flag was just waiting for you. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations to them on that well-earned win. Great effort out there. And a big shout out to Sovi for winning the bet race. Sovi, you can now claim the stunning 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2 Hope you enjoy cruising around in that beauty. Thanks to everyone for racing and watching. This is getting more exciting with each lap. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154. It's a legendary racing machine from the era and known for its speed and agility. The others are impressive classics, but the 154 was built for circuits just like Vallelunga, with a focus on handling and power. Plus, it has that extra edge of technological innovation from its time. The auto unions are fast too. But I think the Mercedes might just have the upper hand on this track. Wow! Both of these cars have so much historical racing flair. It's like watching vintage royalty go head-to-head. The 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154 is a true beast with its supercharged engine and racing pedigree. America's 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C is no slouch either, known for its agility and classic Italian flair. If I had to place a bet, I'd say Sovi's Mercedes might have the edge in straight-line speed thanks to its supercharger, but Marcus's Alfa could sneak ahead in the twisty corners because of its nimbleness. It's going to be a close one, but I think Sovi's Mercedes might just clinch it by a hair. Let's see if those vintage legends live up to the hype. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Vallelunga Extended. Rikuharu G is leading the pack from pole in a 1937 Auto Union Type C. Looks like we're in for some classic racing excitement today. Rikuharu G has shot out in the lead, holding a solid first place. Amy is right behind in second, trying to keep the pressure on. And I am holding third, just waiting for a slip-up to make a move. Sovi is climbing to fourth place. Marcus is now in sixth. Marcus and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for fifth. Gina Jones is climbing to 6th place. Anak Zagorex has moved up to 9th. Schmerzenlive is now in 11th. Schmerzenlive and Dave Factor are nose to nose for 10th. Hingle McCringleberry is dropping like a stone, now in 21st place. Schmerzenlive is climbing steadily, now in 10th place. De Factor and Schmerzenlive are nose to tail for 10th. Looks like a battle of patience and luck. Hingle McCringleberry is on a tear, overtaking 19 cars to take the lead. Rikuharu G is not giving up easily. They're battling fiercely for the top spot. Ixnobudixel and D Factor are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Reiko Haruji and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for the lead. Gina Jones is chipping away at Scott Dixon's rear bumper. De Factor and Schmerzenlieb are locked in a fierce scrap for 11th place. Reiko Haruji is now in first place. Amy has moved up to second. I've climbed to third. Looks like a tight race at the top. Maya and Amy are nose to nose for second place. Maricus and Gina Jones are swapping paint for 6th. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up to 13th, inching closer to the top 10. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Gary Seventon fast, shrinking the gap by 8/30 seconds. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Hot Bolognese and Wild Cavanone are neck and neck for 15th. Sylvie is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Gina Jones has moved up to 5th, also gaining 1 position. Hippie Langstrom is now in 12th, inching forward by 1 spot. Maricus and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 6th place. Woeful Life just nudged into 17. Zumbush 86 is inching into 19. Gina Jones and Maya are nose to nose for 4th place. Wild Cavanone is climbing up to 14. Mission Man is inching closer to the top 20. Hey Samtert, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We're about to watch some crazy AI cars racing against each other. So get ready for some high-speed action. Scott Dixon is on a tier, now in 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Maricus just gained 1 spot to sit in 6th. Renault T4 also moved up 1 position, now in 7th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Maya is holding her ground in a close fight with Gina Jones for 4th place. Amy just snagged the top spot, leaving the rest of the pack scrambling. Gina Jones is trying to overtake Maya, but it's a tight squeeze. Scott Dixon is closing in on Reiko Haruji, cutting the gap by a second. Sylvie is closing in on Renault T4, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Ixnobatixel is moving up 1 spot to take 9th place. Renault T4 is climbing up to 5th place. Maya and Renault T4 are nose to tail for that position. Schmerzenlieb is creeping into the top 10. Wow. Reiko Haruji just took the win. Guess they really know how to leave everyone in the dust. Well done! Wow, Amy took the race. Great job, Amy, you really showed those cars who's boss. And congratulations to Pippi Langstrom. You got the fastest lap, so you can claim that vintage 1937 Auto Union Type C. That's quite the treasure from the 1930s. Looks like the race was as exciting as ever. Sure thing. Did you know that GTS racing cars are often considered the luxury SUVs of the racetrack? They combine high performance with a bit of a posh vibe, making you wonder if they're more suited for a stylish drive through the city or tearing up the racecourse. It's like bringing a tuxedo to a demolition derby. Fancy? But still ready to kick some asphalt. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time. The countdown is almost up, so hurry up before your favorite goes off the board. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the race. Hey Cryptic Kaiser, welcome back. Glad to see you popping in again. Hope you're ready to see some insane AI car races. Grab a seat and enjoy the chaos on the track. Alright, we have Elias Esk in a classic 2002 Morgan Aero 8 GT2, and Wave 1 in a more modern 2008 Porsche 9, Iwagding 97 G. Honestly, I'd say the Porsche might have the edge on Highlands long because of its modern engineering and speed capabilities. However, don't count out the Morgan just yet. Sometimes those older lightweight cars surprise us with their agility. It's a close call, but I'd lean towards the Porsche taking the win. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. So stay tuned. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Highlands Long Track and Super Siggy is starting in the front seat, piloting a classic 2004 Ferrari F360 GTC. Let's see if that beauty can hold its position, or if the AI can surprise us. Super Siggy has taken an early lead. TPPPA is right behind in second, and Deplorably Apple is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. TPPAA and Super Siggy are nose-to-nose for the lead. Deplorably Apple and TPPPA are battling fiercely for second place. Samtuit is climbing up to fourth, just one spot ahead. Samtuit and Deplorably Apple are locked in a close fight for third. Samtuit is climbing up to third place. Ovidos is gaining 2 spots, and now in fifth. Ovidos and Deplorably Apple are nose-to-nose fighting for fourth. Cryptic Kaiser is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ovidos is having a tough time, dropping 12 spots to 17th. Scott Dixon is gaining ground, moving up 2 places to 4th. Scott Dixon is closing the gap on Sam Turt by 1.2 seconds. Avildriino has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. I am climbing 2 spots to 9. Looks like a Wildrino and I are about to have a little showdown for 8th. No for Life is climbing to 9th place. Amy has advanced 2 spots and is now in 10th. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are nose to nose for 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry is on the move, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle and Wildrino are nose to tail fighting for 8th. Meanwhile, New for Life and Wildrino are locked in a close duel for 9th. No for Life just overtook someone to take 9th place. Amy and a Wildrino are nose to nose for 10th. Eliasesk is climbing up to 12. Eliask and Amy are fighting hard for 11. Amy just climbed 1 spot to 10th place. Gina Jones also moved up 1 to 12. Gina Jones and a Wildrino are nose to tail for 11. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th place. Vaifuana is chipping away at Elias's lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Ovidus is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Samturt and TPPPA are neck and neck for 2nd place. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 9th. Northlife and Amy are locked in a close fight for 8th. Wow! Super Siggy took the victory again. Looks like they're unstoppable. Guess the competition better step up their game. Wow, Super Siggy, you really took the checkered flag with style. Congratulations on the win. And look at that, Elias-esque, you secured the bet race. You're now the proud owner of a classic 2002 Morgan Aero 8G T2. Nice choice. Gina Jones, you went full throttle with the most overtakes. There's a shiny 2008 Porsche 91199 7 GT 3 RSR heading your way. Well done on your aggressive driving. Here's a fun fact for you. Vintage supercars are like the rock stars of racing history. They didn't just race. They made fashion statements with those sleek, shiny bodies and iconic designs. The best part is, they often used technology that was groundbreaking at the time, making them real pioneers on the track. And honestly, watching them race today is like stepping into a time machine with a lot of style. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. The countdown is almost up. So make sure your choice is locked in before they hit the starting line. Don't say I didn't warn you when someone else gets your dream machine. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Lord Buttrill, in the 1969 Oldsmobile 442, is going for raw muscle power, while Sovi, in the 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT, is all about sleek Italian elegance. On a track like Charade, which is tight and twisty, I'd say agility and handling might give a slight edge to the Lamborghini. But don't count out the Oldsmobile because that thing is a beast with its horsepower. If I had to pick, I'd say the Lamborghini might just edge out the win with its lighter frame and better maneuverability. But then again, stranger things have happened in these AI races. Who knows? Maybe the Oldsmobile will surprise us all and take it with sheer brute force. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Charade 4 kilometers track with Lord Buttrill leading in a classic 1969 Oldsmobile 442. Vintage supercars on the front row. This should be fun to watch. Lord Buttrill has taken an early lead, with Sovi right behind in second place. Samtuit is currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya is now in third place, closing in on the leaders. Samtuit and Maya are still neck and neck for third. Gina Jones has climbed to ninth, but she's got a fight on her hands with Hingle McCringleberry. Hingle and Gina are battling hard for eighth. Deplorably Apple just climbed one spot to 14th. Deplorably Apple and Mutwolf are nose to nose for 13th. Akvithi is also moving up one spot to 15th. Akvati is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z28, known for its lightweight design and strong performance. They are currently in 16th place, so the race is not going too smoothly, but there's still plenty of time to make a move. Rookie Miriki is climbing to 4th place. Pippi Langstrump is making a move up to 10th. New for Life is advancing to 16th. New for Life is driving a 1971 Dodge Charger Super Beat. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, hanging around the 17th spot. Ruka Miriki is closing in on Maya, and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Lord Zekrespi has climbed one spot to take 6th place. Samto and Lord Zekrespi are nose-to-nose battling for 6th. Akvaiti just nudged into the 13th place. Akvaiti and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for 12th. Dishonored Fox is climbing into the 16th spot. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1971 Dodge Charger Super Bee. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place, but with that car, they might just be waiting for a late surge. Akvaiti just overtook someone to move up to 11th place. Asuroni and Akvaiti are nose-to-nose for the same spot. This is getting interesting. Maya is driving a 1971 Dodge Charger Super Bee, a classic muscle car known for its power and aggressive look. Currently in 3rd place, so the race is going pretty well for her. Looks like she's holding her own among the vintage street cars. Amy is in 5th place with a 1966 Ford Fairlane. Looks like she's holding her own among the vintage street cars, but she's got some catching up to do to challenge the leaders. Ruki Miriki is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is closing in on Maya and has cut the gap by 1.4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 7th place. Akvaiti just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Deplorable and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for 13th. Looks like a close fight there. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 8th place. Akvaiti is now 9th. Deplorable is making a move to 13th. The race is heating up. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi are nose-to-nose for 7. Scott Dixon is gaining 2 spots, now in 12th. Akvaiti is gaining ground on Hingle McCringleberry and has cut the gap to just over a second. They're battling hard for 8th place. Looks like Akvaiti might want that spot more. Maya is currently in 4th place with a 1971 Dodge Charger Super Bee. The car's fastest lap is just a fraction behind the leaders, so she's staying competitive. Looks like she's holding her own in the vintage street car battle. Asuroni is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, with a lap time around 2 minutes 40 seconds. Looks like a steady race, but not quite pushing for the lead yet. Maya is now in third place, closing the gap. Ruki Miriki is right behind, and this battle is heating up. Ruki Miriki just overtook someone to take third place. Maya and Ruki Miriki are nose to nose for that third spot. Gina Jones is climbing up to 10th. Looks like she's on a mission. Mai and Ruki Miriki are nose to tail for third place. Asuoroni just gained 1 spot and is now 12th. Deplorably, Apple and Scott Dixon are swapping paint for 13th. Ruki Miriki just snuck into second place. Lord Sekridsby is chipping away at Amy, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Deplorably, Apple is climbing up to the 13th spot. Akvaiti is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z28. They're currently in 10th place, just behind the top 10, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 34 seconds, and 48 milliseconds. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more speed to climb higher. Well, look at that. Lord Buttrell takes the crown at Charade 4 kilometers. Clearly, they're the king of the track today. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Lord Buttrell for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Now, Amy, you must be feeling pretty good getting the fastest lap. You can claim the 1966 Ford Fairlane, a true vintage beauty. Enjoy cruising in that classic. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1993 Toyota Supra is often considered one of the most iconic sports cars of its era because of its powerful turbocharged engine and sleek design? It was also famously featured in the Fast and Furious movie franchise, which definitely helped boost its legendary status among car enthusiasts. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make sure you pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your chosen machine race to victory. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. Sylvie in the classic Maserati Ghibli versus me in the sporty Porsche 911 993 GT2. Both are iconic cars from the same era, but with very different strengths. The Maserati has a lot of style and comfort, but might be a bit heavy and less nimble compared to the Porsche. The GT2, on the other hand, is known for its agility and sharp handling around corners. Given this track is Lakeside Park, which I believe favors quick turns and technical driving, I'd put my money on the Porsche to come out ahead. It's built for precision and speed on tight courses. Sophie's Maserati might look impressive, but I think maneuverability and handling will decide the race today. Who do you think will take it? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Lakeside Park and the Retro Supercars class is roaring to life. Your pole sitter is 2 Ps in the podcast, driving a classic 1984 Ford RS200. Time to see if that vintage beast can hold its lead. Right at the start, 2 Ps into podcast is leading the pack, holding a slight edge. Necrophantasm is right behind, trying to close the gap. Amy is in third, hanging on but already a bit off the leader's pace. Necrophantasm is now in the lead, pulling ahead. Amy is closing in on the second place, and 2 Ps into podcast is right behind her, making it a tight race for second. Move for life just sliced through the pack to take the lead. Necrophantasm and New for Life are nose to tail for first place. 2 Ps into podcast and Amy are locked in a close fight for third. Hikori Hamzam is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to third place. Amy is making a strong push, now in first. Cherofikitten is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 6th. Cherofikitten and Nox Exodus are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Aminsan is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to reach 17. Pippi Langstrump is gaining ground, moving 2 places up to 5th, and I'm inching forward 1 spot to 8th. The race is heating up. Hikori Hamzam just overtook for second place. Necrophantasm is right on their tail. This is getting close. Cherofikitten is climbing up to 6th place. Maya and Nox Exodus are locked in a close fight for 7th. Amin Sun is advancing to 15. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on 2 Ps in the podcast, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 7th place. Maya and Cherofikitten are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing up to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Sophie is having a tough time, dropping 11 spots to 20, and I'm inching closer, moving up 1 position to 6th. Sophie is driving a Maserati Ghibli, which is quite the luxury Italian sedan. Looks like the race isn't going her way today, sitting in 8th place with a pretty slow lap time compared to the leaders. Hikari Hamzam just nudged into second place. Necrophantasm is right behind in third. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing fast into fourth. Looks like the race is heating up. Amin Sun is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11. Mar Pink Wolf is inching forward, 1 place up to 12. Kaboomper is also making moves, up 1 to 14. Gina Jones is climbing up to 13th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina are nose to tail for that same spot. Maya just overtook the car ahead to move into 5th place. 2 Peas into Podcast and Maya are nose to tail fighting for 5th. Your Instinct is climbing steadily, now in 17th. Hikori Hamzam and Amy are nose to tail for the lead. Lokjun 7 just climbed into 8th place. Amin San is now in 10th, inching closer to the top. The retro supercars are all pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the more agile cars like the Porsche 911s. The slower cars are struggling to keep pace on the straights. Gina Jones just overtook someone to move up to 12th place. Mempikionf and Gina are still nose to tail for that same spot. Scott Dixon and Your Instinct are also close, fighting for 17. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 3rd place. Amin Sun is now in 9th. Gina Jones is catching Connor Malady fast, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older Porsche 911s and the Toyota Supras, but the long straightaway is giving the faster cars a chance to catch up. Kay Boomper is driving a Porsche 911 930 Turbo from 1983. They started in 15th place and are currently in 16th. Their lap time is around 1 minute and 7.7 seconds, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Wow, Amy, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy, you were incredible. Congratulations on taking the win. You definitely earned that shiny trophy today. And it looks like I get to claim the 1996 Porsche 911 993 GT too. Well, I suppose I'll be the proud owner of that retro beauty now. Amin-san, you did a fantastic job with those overtakes. Those moves were pretty slick. You're claiming the 1987 Porsche 959, no doubt earning some serious bragging rights. Great race, everyone. Can't wait to see what kind of chaos the next one will bring. Here's a fun fact for you. Back in the 1960s, car races often had what they called clubs, where enthusiasts would modify and race their cars within their own little communities. It was like the early days of car tuning, but with a lot more personality and a lot less regulation. Imagine a bunch of passionate drivers in their slow but mighty cars, taking pride in every little upgrade and racing just for bragging rights. It was definitely a time when racing was more about passion than speed. Hurry up everyone. The clock's ticking and soon it's too late to pick your ride. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the race. Make your choice now or forever wonder what could have been. Wow, what a clash of the ages we have here. Autoliatorius with that classic Maserati 3500 GT versus Mir Gutsu and his vintage Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop. Both are stunning pieces of automotive history, but the real question is which one can handle the tech-filled Sebring G-Torse better. The Maserati, with its more recent design and perhaps a bit more power, might have the edge in straight-line speed. But the Talbot Lago's sleek and lightweight design could make it surprisingly agile around those curves. Honestly, I'd lean towards Autoliatorius just because of the slightly more modern build and handling. But I wouldn't count out the vintage charm and potential of that T23. This race is definitely a toss-up, so let's see which of these gorgeous machines really masters the track. Alright everyone, the race kickoff at Sebring GT, and it looks like Red Panda Manatee 4 is starting strong on pole with a shiny 1954 Jaguar XK120. Good luck keeping up with that classic speedster. Kavulukachu has shot off the line into the lead. Red Panda Manatee 4 is holding strong in second place, and Yama Priest is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Autoliatorius is now in 13th place, closing in on the top 10. Scott Dixon is climbing into the top 20, making some nice moves. Amy is now in 8th place, looking to chase down the leaders. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Aminsan and Autoliatorius are still battling it out for 13th. Gliding Penguin is also climbing, now in 15th. Architect is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has moved up to 7th place, also gaining 1 position. I am now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot as well. Nguyen for Life just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Nedsyrup Starks is climbing up to 9th. Autoliatorius is now in 11th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy and Uncle Tobin are still nose-to-nose for 6th. Katie Langstrom is gaining on Mafia Mavi, closing the gap by a 2.1. Xumer Girl is also on the hunt, closing in on Gina Jones by the same margin. Maya is now in 6th place, closing the gap behind Amy. Aleatorius has climbed into 10th place, making some progress. Aleatorius is driving a 1959 Maserati 3500 GT, a classic Grand Tourer known for elegance and smoothness. Their race looks steady so far, sitting in 11th place without any major drama. Nova Life just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Amy is gaining on Architect, closing the gap by a 2.1. Maya is hot on Amy's tail, also closing in by a 2.1. Yamapriest just overtook the racer ahead to take the lead. Red Panda Manatee 4 is right behind, not giving up that easily. Aleatorius has climbed to 9th place, making a nice move. Red Panda Manatee 4 just overtook to take the lead. Amy is closing in on the top 3. Uncle Tobin is climbing fast, now in 8th. New for Life is gaining on Yamapriest, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Uncle Tobin is inching closer to Mizerub Starks, cutting it down by 1.2 seconds. Bjorn Art is climbing up 1 spot to take the 10th place. New for Life is gaining ground on Yamapriest, closing the gap to just a few Carling. The battle for 2nd place is heating up with New for Life and Yamapriest fighting it out. Meanwhile, Amy is on a charge, chopping down the seconds on New for Life's tail. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing 2 spots. Architect has moved up 1 spot into 5th. Nero Starks is also up 1 place, now in 7th. Aleatorius just gained a spot to take 9th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is also climbing up 1 position to 15th. Mafia Mavi and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 18th. Netzerup Starks is closing in on Amy, fast enough to make her sweat. Sophie just overtook someone to climb into the top 15. Gliding Penguin and Sophie are neck and neck for the 13th spot, so expect some fireworks soon. Bjorn Art is climbing to 9th place. Sophie and Keithu Hukachu are locked in a close fight for 12. Scott Dixon is advancing to 15th. Yamapriest is closing in on Red Panda Manatee 4 quickly. Maya is gaining ground and is now in the top 10. Nyarup Starks just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. Amy is really making a show of herself, dropping 7 places. Maya and Yamapriest are nose to nose for 2nd. Aleatorius just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing in on the leader. Aleatorius has moved up to 7th, making a nice climb. Pippi Langstrumpf is in 13th, still making progress but a bit further back. Architect is now just a second behind new for life. And gaining fast. Pippi Langström is closing the distance to Scott Dixon as well. Kazuma Gill has climbed one spot and is now in the 18th position. Maya is now just behind Red Panda Manatee 4, closing the distance rapidly. Gliding Penguin is gaining on Amundsen, inching closer with every lap. Hull. Bulk. Kapuakacho is right behind. Pippi Langström, ready to make a move. Maya is gaining on Red Panda Manatee 4, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up one spot to 21st. Scorched Log and Gina Jones are battling closely for 21st place. Yamapriest is gaining on Maya fast enough to make it interesting. Starks is inching closer to Architect, but still a bit of a stretch. Maya is sticking close behind Red Panda Mana 94. Tobin is closing the gap on Oteliatorius, now just 1.8 seconds behind. Yamapriest is climbing up to second place. Tobin is now 7th after moving up one spot. Move for Life is closing in on the top two positions. The battle between New Life and Yamapriest for second place is heating up. Architect is making a move to fourth place, not far behind. Wow, Red Panda Mini 4, you really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on your victory. Wow. Congratulations to Red Panda Man and E4 on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Maya has the fastest lap and gets to claim a classic 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1. Nice job, Maya. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style. Sure thing. The 1973 Porsche 911 RS is famous for its lightweight design and incredible handling, making it a real legend among car enthusiasts. Fun fact: it was actually built to meet homologation requirements for racing, so they made only about 1580 of these beauties. That means today it's a rare gem that collectors would fight over. And on the track it's known for its distinctive ducktail spoiler that looks like it's ready to take off. Alright folks, time's nearly up, so make your pick before your favorite AI driver gets stuck with whatever the game decides is best. Don't say I didn't warn you if your car ends up in the back of the pack. Hurry up and choose! Oh, this is a classic showdown. On one side, we have Hingle McCringleberry, piloting a vintage Chevrolet Nova SS from 1966. Solid choice, but remember, it's a car from the middle of the last century, so it might be a bit of a slug on a modern racetrack. On the other side, there's me in a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 429, which is practically a muscle car icon. I mean, that car is built for speed and attitude. Given the track at Diriyah Epri is more about precision and agility, I'd say the Mustang has the edge. The Nova is a bit more classic cruiser than race car. Unless Hingle is secretly a racing legend in disguise. But hey, it's fun to watch the underdog try to keep up, right? So, I'm betting on me to take the win. But I wouldn't be surprised if Hingle pulls off a surprise. Alright folks, we're kicking things off at the Diriyah Epri with Group 3, and Amanson is starting on pole in a classic 1975 Fiat X19 Dallara. Guess they're bringing some vintage flair to the race today. Gian Jones has shot off the line and taken the lead. Amanson is holding strong in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. RAF 92 is making a strong push, now in 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. Maya has climbed to 3rd place, gaining 1 spot. Rowdy Zarolf has also moved up 1 position, now in 5th. Rowdy Zarolf is climbing up to 4th place. Sobi is making a move to 6th. Scott Dixon is advancing 2 spots to 8th. Kufo is driving a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 429. They're currently in the 11th place, so they're making some progress but still have work to do to catch up. Move for life. Just edged ahead of Sovi for 6th place. They're really neck and neck now. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS. Looks like they're holding a solid 3rd place, but the race is tight behind them. Shattered Pixel is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Joey Pastrami is right behind, also making a move to 6th after passing 4 cars. Wrath 92 is not holding back, overtaking 6 cars to reach 7th. The race is heating up. Deplorable Apple is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 6th. Skozer Ops is not far behind, overtaking 9 cars to reach 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move too, passing 7 cars to settle in 8th. The race is heating up. Nouveau Life is closing in on Maya and has cut the gap by 3.4 seconds. Skozer Ups has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Rowdy Zerolf and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose fighting for 8th place. Deplorably Apple just sneaked into 6th place. Zovi is climbing up to 9th. Kufo is closing in on Joey Pastrami, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Skozerobs fast, cutting the gap by 18 seconds. Wrath 92 is sneaking up on Nebdu for life, closing just a little over a second. Rowdy Zerolf is gaining on Sovi, chipping away at the distance by 2 seconds. Wrath 92 is closing in on Nebdu for life at a pretty quick pace. Rowdy Zerolf just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Scott Dixon also gained 1 spot, now in 10th place. Wrath 92 is gaining on New for Life, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rowdy Zerolf is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the distance by 130 seconds. Joey Pastrami just moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry is stuck way back in 8th with no lap time, while I am comfortably in 3rd. Looks like Hingle's race might be over before it even started. Wrath 92 is gaining fast on Enwu for life, and closing the gap by 2 seconds. Scott Dixon is also making moves on Rowdy Zerolf, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Scott Dixon is now in 9th place. Shattered Pixel has climbed to 10th. Joey Pastrami is in 11th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Nouveau Life is gaining ground on Maya and closing the gap by 130 seconds. Naiba is also inching closer to Amy with a 1.1 second reduction. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS. They're currently in 8th place, and their lap time is just slightly behind the leader. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. Wrath 92 is driving a 1977 Lancia Stratos HF, a classic rally legend. They're currently in 6th place, making a steady climb up the field with a fastest lap of 1 minute 44 seconds. Looks like they're gaining ground. Rowdy Zerolf is gaining fast on Sovi, cutting the gap by over 7 seconds. Amin Sun is inching closer to Gina Jones, just a second and a half behind. Wrath 92 is also closing in on Nebula for Life, matching Amin Sun's pace with a 1.5 second reduction. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the winning formula. Well done. Wow, Gina Jones really took the checkered flag. Big congratulations on the win and the fastest lap. Dottie, you've earned yourself that classic 1973 Alpine, a 110 1800s. Nice work. And I have to say, I didn't do too shabby myself. I may have won the bet race, but let's be honest, driving a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 429 is quite the prize. Now I just have to figure out how to fit it into my driveway. Congrats to both of us. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. The street circuit has tight corners and sudden turns, so a car that can maneuver quickly and stay balanced through the twists would have the best chance. Speed is important, but if the car can't handle the curves smoothly, it won't be winning any races here. It's all about precision and control for this kind of track. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so get those choices in before the race starts. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite car in action. Well, this is quite the throwback matchup. Exagnarox with that classic 1967 Sunbeam Tiger. That car is known for being surprisingly nimble for its age, plus it's got that vintage charm. On the other hand, Hingle McCringleberry with a 1974 Dodge Monaco is a bit of a tank. It's big, heavy, and not exactly built for tight street circuits like Sydney Homebush. If we're talking raw speed and maneuverability, I'd put my chips on X Ragnarok's. That Sunbeam Tiger might just surprise everyone with its agility. But the Monaco might make a good defensive move and block some of the tighter corners. So, odds are the little Tiger could outmaneuver the big tank on a curvy street course. I'll go with X Ragnarok's taking the win, but don't be shocked if Hingle pulls off a sneaky move now and then. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit with the Vintage Slow Cars class. Leading the pack on pole is Shoot 'em Up in a classic 1968 Porsche 912 Dada. Let's see if that old timer can hold the lead or if the new tech will catch up. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the race, followed closely by Shoot 'em Up in second place. X Ragnarok's is currently in third. The top three are already spreading out a bit, so let's see if anyone can challenge them early on. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingo Kringleberry is climbing to 4th. Mobius is also moving up, now in 5th. The race is heating up. Amy is now in 6th place. Gina Jones is in 8th. Dirok Official has climbed to 12th. The race is heating up. Ragnarok's is climbing to 2nd place. Mobius is now in 4th. Gina Jones has moved up to 7th. Mobius is closing in on Shoot 'em Up, cutting the gap by over a second. New for Life is climbing up to 8th place. Dr. Felix and New for Life are nose to nose for that 8th spot. Maya advances 1 spot to 9th place. Dirok Official is gaining on Dr. Felix, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon and Dirok Official are neck and neck for 11th place. Mobius is gaining on Shoot 'em Up, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. New for Life is catching up to Gina Jones, narrowing it down by 1.6 seconds. Sophie is climbing up the order, taking the 12th spot. Mobius and Shoot 'em Up are nose to tail for 3rd place. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 5th. Inga McCringleberry and Amy are locked in a close fight for 5th. Mobius just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Gina Jones is also climbing up to 6th. Inga McCringleberry and Gina are nose to tail for 6th. Inga McCringleberry is driving a 1974 Dodge Monaco Top. Looks like he's holding a decent position, but he's got some cars breathing down his neck. The race seems pretty tight for him so far. Amy is gaining on Shoot 'em Up, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Zoe has climbed 1 place to take 10th position. Dirok Official and Sovi are battling fiercely for 10th place. Mobius is gaining on X Ragnarok's, closing the gap to just over a second. Move for Life is sneaking up behind me, chipping away at the distance by 140 seconds. Maya is watching as Amy gets closer to shoot him up, the gap shrinking steadily. Sophie is also on the hunt, closing in on New for Life with a bit of a chase. Thomas Moran is now in 11th place. Dr. Felix and Thomas Moran are still battling for 12. Yichi Smant 33 has moved up to 15. Sophie is climbing up to 9th place. Yichi Smant 33 is making a move to 14. Both pushing forward, I see. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 7th place. Zoe is right behind Maya, chipping away at the gap. Yachi Swishman 33 is gaining on Dr. Felix, closing the distance by a second and a half. Pippi Langstrump is leading in a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger. It's a classic muscle car known for its sporty performance. Looks like they're holding on to the lead with a solid pace. Shoot 'em Up is gaining on Mobius, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 7. G. Fishman 33 is closing in on Dr. Felix, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Amy is driving a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger, same as the leader. She's currently in 4th place, just behind the top 3. Looks like she's holding her own, but not quite close enough to challenge for the lead yet. Gina Jones just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. I see. Maya is closing in on Shoot 'em Up, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Sophie and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a tight battle for 8th place. Wow, Pippi Langstrump just took the victory. Looks like she's got the speed and the spirit. Well done. Wow, Pippi Langstrump really pulled off an impressive victory. Well done, Pippi, you deserve that win. And congratulations to Gina Jones for doing the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a classic 1964 Austin Healey 3000 mark on a day. Nice work, everyone. This race just keeps getting more exciting. A fun fact about Group 4 racing cars is that they were originally designed to be more accessible and closer to production cars compared to the more extreme racing classes. This meant manufacturers could tweak their high-performance street cars into race-ready machines, without going all out into the specialized racing categories. It's like turning your weekend car into a race car, but with a lot more power and a lot less street legal. Alright everybody. If you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time to do it. The clock is ticking down faster than a race car on a straightaway. Make your choice before the countdown finishes or you'll miss out on all the fun. Hurry up! Alright, this is quite the classic showdown. The Holden Tirana, a 9X from 1977, is known for its nimbleness and agility, so it might be the favorite on this vintage track. Meanwhile, the Plymouth Barracuda from 1970 has that raw muscle power, which can be a game changer if the AI manages to handle it well. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to the Holden just because of its reputation for sharp handling, but don't count out the Barracuda's brute strength. It's a close call, and with AI in the mix, anything could happen. Let's see which vintage beast comes out on top. Alright folks, the race is underway at Aintree Vintage. Willow Shrub is starting on pole, steering that classic 1975 BMW C SL. Let's see if Vintage Charm can outpace the newer models today. Willow Shrub is leading the race, holding the top spot right from the start. Gina Jones is right behind in second place, and Scott Dixon is in third, trying to keep up. The top three are already setting the pace. Maya just overtook someone to move into fourth place. New for Life and Maya are nose-to-nose fighting for that spot. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to sixth place. Scott Dixon has just overtaken someone to move into second place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail fighting for that second spot. New for Life is also making a move, climbing up to fourth place. New for Life just overtook someone to take third place. Scott Dixon and New for Life are nose to tail for second. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to the top five. New for Life just overtook someone to take second place. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are still neck and neck for fifth. Lotusos is climbing up to 12th. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina Jones are nose to tail for fourth place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 7th. inching past Solid 1. Solid 1 and Pippi are now locked in a tight fight for 7th. No for Life is holding a slim lead over Willow Shrub for the top spot. Maya just overtook one car and is now in 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Maya are nose to tail for 5th position. Scott Dixon is currently in 3rd place with a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda Toyota. His race looks steady but not leading the pack. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing 2 spots. Pippi Langstrump is also moving up 2 spots to sit in 5th. Pippi and Scott Dixon are nose to tail, fighting hard for 4th place. Pippi Langstrump has climbed to 4th place. Wrestling 567 has gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. Hingle McCringleberry and Wrestling 567 are nose to nose for the 8th spot. Amy just climbed 1 spot to 10. Deplorably Bo is closing in on Cryptic Kaiser, cutting the gap by a full second. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Wrestling 567 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Figureta Sport is advancing to 10th. Wrestling 567 is climbing 1 spot to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up 1 spot to 8th. Zolich Ad 1 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 8th place. Willow Shrub is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 3rd place. Maya and Pippi are nose to nose for that spot. Lotusos and Solid 1 are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. No for Life and Willow Shrub are neck and neck for 1st place. Wrestling 567 just overtook someone to climb to 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Gina Jones, now only 1.3 seconds behind. Lotusos is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is catching Solid 1, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Scott Dixon is holding on to 4th place, but only just. Maya is right behind, looking for a way past. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina Jones are neck and neck for 7th, trading positions every lap. Well, look at that. Willow Shrub has taken the top spot at Aintree Vintage. Clearly, they're the one to beat. Well done. Wow, Willow Shrub took the victory. Great job, you really drove that car like you stole it. And congratulations to Pippi Langstrump for snagging the fastest lap. You're now the proud owner of a 1966 Shelby Cobra 427. See, hope you're ready to turn some heads with that beauty. No for life. You also did an amazing job winning the bet race. That's yours now. A 1977 Holden Torana, a 9X. Bet you're feeling pretty good about that one. Anyone else feeling the need to claim a shiny new car? Ooh, this is a classic showdown. We've got N-Body Notes and a vintage 1963 Agachanian Watson and Move for Life in a 1960 Scarab Indy. Both are pretty historic, but the real question is how those classic machines handle the Fort Wayne Road circuit. The Watson has that nostalgic charm, but maybe a little less modern tech. The Scarab, on the other hand, might have a slight edge with its design innovations from that era. I'd say it's a close call, but I'd put my money on the Scarab Indy potentially zooming ahead, just because of its more advanced engineering for the time. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Buckle up. This race is gonna keep us guessing. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Fort Wayne Road Circuit. Leading the pack is the classic legend, the 1963 Agachanian Watson, sitting on pole in the N-Body Notes class. Let's see if old school can hold off the modern challengers. N-Body Notes has taken an early lead with New for Life right behind in second place. Gary 17 is currently holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing fast, now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Its Soror is also making moves, now in 26th place after a similar surge. Gary 17 has gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Trash Crashton is on fire, overtaking 3 cars to grab 5th place. Lisa Shibi and Trash Crashton are nose to tail, fighting for 5th. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing 2 spots, now in 8th. Dombush 86 is slicing through the field, now in 14th place. Lisa Shibi and Trash Crashton are nose to nose for 5th. Alien Scott Dixon is climbing steadily into 11th. Looks like someone is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 20. Iconic Odd is also making moves, grabbing 3 positions to 23. Rusnapalm 6 is following suit, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 25. The race is heating up. Beats with Kev and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 6th place. Girl of Diamond and Sinyahima are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Flaming Buddha is chipping away at Girl of Diamond's lead, closing in by a second and a half. Trash Crashton is gaining on Rule for Life, closing the gap by over a second. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Scott Dixon is catching up to Amy, both battling for 10th place. Rule for Life just nudged into 2nd place. Next, Romaval is climbing to 7th. Scott Dixon is making his way to 9th. The race is heating up. Itzuro is tearing through the field to take the lead. Anarchisix is dropping like a stone, now in 29th place. Someone just gained 1 spot to sit in 18th. Mermuida is on a roll, climbing up to 17th place. Itzuro is having a rough patch, dropping to 29. N-Body Notes is holding the lead at number 1. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Someone just overtook 2 cars and is now in 16th. Sinyahima is climbing up to 15th. Amy is now in 10th. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 19th place. Maya and Pippi are nose to tail for that same spot. Mutwolf is chipping away at Rusnapalm 6's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Hingle Kringleberry is inching closer to Trash Crashton, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Beatswitket has climbed 2 spots to secure 6th place. Rowdy Zerolf is narrowing the distance to Nexeromoval by 1.2 seconds. The battle for 8th place between Rowdy Zerolf and Nexeromoval is getting intense. Scott Dixon is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by over a second. Girl of Diamond is climbing up to 13th place. Girl of Diamond and Juna Gotha leads are nose to nose for 12th. Gina Jones is making a quick climb, overtaking 4 cars to reach 21st place. Sinyahima is also moving up, climbing 2 spots to 12th. Yunus Gotha leads and Sinyahima are now nose to tail fighting for 12th place. Gina Jones is really having a rough time, dropping 7 places to 27th. Amy is climbing steadily up to 9th. Yunus Gotha leads is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 11. Scott Dixon and Girl of Diamond are locked in a close fight for the 14th spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up 1 position to 17th. Someone's making moves. Maneuver Life is dropping back to 9th place. Trash Crashton is climbing to 2nd. Gary 710 is closing the gap, now just 2.2 seconds behind Trash Crashton. Looks like a tight duel for 2nd place shaping up. Sovi is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. Gary 710 and Trash Crashton are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Lisa Shibi is sneaking up 1 position to 5th. Gary 710 is climbing up to 2nd place. Trash Crashton and Gary 710 are battling closely for that position. Lisa Shibi is also making moves, now in 4th. Congratulations to N Body Notes on winning the race. Looks like they really nailed it. Well done. Wow, Gary Seventon, you are the champion today. Congratulations on winning that race. You really drove your virtual car like a legend. And a big shout out to Hingle May Kringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. That 1952 Cosma Offi Classic IndyCar is an awesome prize. Well deserved. Pippi Langstrump, you didn't just sit there. You made moves with the most overtakes. That kind of skill deserves a classic IndyCar too. Nice work. Did you know that the 2011 McLaren MP 4-12C was one of the first supercars to feature a carbon fiber composite chassis? That's right. It was like a high-tech sandwich made of ultra-light but super strong materials, making it both agile and safe. It's basically the superhero of the racing world's chassis, and it helped this car stay lightweight while packing a punch. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to get those choices in. We don't want any last-minute panic buys, so make it count. Oh wow. This is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Naturally Unlucky in a 2018 Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, which is a beast with incredible speed and agility. On the other side, Amy is in a 2010 Spania GT Hispano, a car that also boasts impressive engineering and power, but it's a bit older. Given the specs, The Aventador Civic J is likely to have the edge in raw speed and handling around New Jersey Motorsports Park. The Lamborghini's advanced aerodynamics and modern tech should help it navigate those tight corners and straightaways more effectively. That said, the Spano is no slouch when it comes to power, and with the right strategy, it could definitely give the Lamborghini a run for its money. But if I had to place my bets, I'd probably lean toward the Lamborghini just because of its more recent design and performance edge. Who do you think will actually win? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at New Jersey Motorsports Park, with Justin T. leading the pack in a 2009 Aston Martin 177, even though he's technically starting on pole. Let's see if he can keep that first place, or if the others will surprise us. Henfatic has shot off the line to take the lead. Juszczyk is holding strong in second place. Scott Dixon is hanging on in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Stankett just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Maldux FTF is also climbing up, now in sixth. Frankie and Maldux FCAF are nose to tail for that sixth spot. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Frankie just overtook someone to climb to sixth place. Maldox VFTF and Frankie are nose to nose for that spot. Aerotech and Rogue are locked in a close fight for 10th. Bjorn R is gaining on Stankett, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Aerotech has moved up one spot to take 10th place. Naturayan Lucky and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 20th place. Shoebox TV is dropping back to 18th place. Frankie is climbing to 4th. Rogue and Aerotech are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Rogue is climbing to 10th place. Iconic Odd is now in 18th. Gina Jones has moved into 19th. Vagala Svet and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail in the fight for 12th place. Gina Jones and Iconic Odd are locked in a close duel for 18th. New for Life is climbing to 8th place. Vagala Svet is making a move to 11th. Looks like the race is heating up. Unstabel is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 12. Sovi is losing ground, dropping 6 places to 15. Vagala Svet is really having a rough time, falling 11 spots to 22. Amy is on a roll, climbing up to 16. Sovi is dropping back, now in 22nd. Frankie is inching closer to the top, now in 3rd. Ice is driving a 2012 Rough CT R3. They're currently in the middle of the pack, about 4 seconds behind the leader. Looks like they're struggling to find consistent pace today. Juszczyk is now in 1st place. Henfatic and Juszczyk are nose to nose for the lead. Frankie and Henfatic are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Henfatic takes the lead. now in first place. Aerotech is closing in on Dorrock, chipping away at the gap. Vagala Svet advances to the 19th spot. Flanky Frankie just sneaked into second place. Justinet and Flanky Frankie still battling hard for that spot. Vagala Svet is climbing up to 18. Flanky Frankie and Emphatic are nose to nose for first place. Vagala Svet is gaining on Natural Unlucky, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Gina Jones is making a move on Ixnobot Excel, chipping away at the distance by just over a second. Flanky Frankie just took the lead and is now in first place. Emphatic and Flanky Frankie are nose to nose for the top spot. Stanka is climbing up to 4th place, making moves. Scott Dixon is climbing to 4th place. Unstabel is making a move to 11th. Vagala Svet is closing in on Naturally Unlucky, chipping away at the gap. New for Life is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. New for Life and Stankit are nose to nose fighting for 5th. Gippy Langstrom has moved up to 11th place, gaining 1 spot. Wow, Emphatic just won the race. Looks like they're the one to beat. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Flanky Frankie really pulled off an incredible triple crown. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes is no small feat. Congratulations to them. It's like they've got the whole race on lock. Who knew they'd be a force to be reckoned with today? Alright, here's a fun fact about the 1989 TVR Tuscan. This car was built by Dever with a focus on lightweight design and raw power. It actually had a very simple but effective chassis and was known for its agility and speed. Interestingly, it was often praised for its driving experience more than its comfort or luxury. Basically, it's the kind of car that screams, "Let's go fast and have some fun." No fancy gadgets, just pure driving pleasure. Hey everyone! The clock's ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, this is quite the matchup. Shrown in a sleek 2012 BMW M5 has the advantage of modern engineering and a design that's built for speed and agility. The M5 is known for its power and handling, so I'd say it's likely to dominate the race. On the other hand, Big Oldner's 1977 Melkus MT77 is definitely a classic and has that vintage charm. But on a superspeedway like Talladega, I wonder if it's going to struggle to keep up with the more aerodynamic and technologically advanced BMW Olgi. So, my bet is on Shrown to take the win. But the Melkus could surprise us if it manages to stay in the draft and pull a miracle. This race is definitely going to be interesting. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Talladega with the all-random Iron Cross or Wooden Cross class. Leading the pack is a vintage 1995 Ligier JS 41, sitting pretty on pole. Let's see if the old-timer can keep up or if the new kids will overtake. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is leading the race, followed closely by Gerloff Diamond in second place. Jordan F is in third, trying to keep up. Bobardo is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 26. Jordan F is inching closer to the front, now in second. Woodwolf is making steady progress, moving up 1 spot to 6th. Famaka is on a tier, overtaking 23 cars to take the lead. Big Oldner is not far behind, climbing 16 spots to second place. Deplorably Apple is making a strong push, overtaking 20 cars to land in third. Jordan F is on a tier, now in first place after overtaking 10 cars. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is not far behind, climbing 8 spots to second. Nadisberry is also making moves, jumping 9 places into third. Things are heating up at the front. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is closing in on Jordan F, and now, just 13 seconds behind. Jordan F is trying to catch Big Old Nerd, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Meanwhile, Nadisberry and Iron Cross or Wooden Cross are nose to nose for second place. Tangadaki TTA is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to third place. Nadisberry just nudged into second, inching closer to the front. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross and N Savage are nose to tail for fourth. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Tangadaki TTV is now in second place, climbing 1 spot. Maya has moved up 2 spots to take fourth. Woodwolf is also making progress up 1 spot to sit in sixth. Tangadaki TTV is closing in on Jordan F, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. U20 plays just moved up 1 spot to 7th. Shran also gained 1 spot to 8th. Looks like U20 plays and Shran are about to have a showdown for 7th place. Mut Wolf is climbing to 5th place. Shran is making a move to 7th. Shran and SNR Savage are nose-to-nose for 6th. Tangaducky TTV is gaining on Jordan F, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Myself and Mattisberry are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Gina Jones is chipping away at Move for Life's lead, narrowing it by a second. Gina Jones and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Maya just overtook someone for 3rd place. Looks like she's on the move. Shran is climbing up to 6th. Not bad at all. Hingle McCringleberry is making a nice jump to 11th. Hingle, McCringleberry, and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 10th. This is getting interesting. Tangaducky DTV is gaining on Jordan F, closing the distance by 2.7 seconds. Mutwolf is catching up to Mattisberry, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Shran is creeping closer to Mutwolf, closing in by 1.9 seconds. Shran and Mutwolf are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Maya is right behind Tangaducky TTV now. Looks like the chase is heating up. Shran is climbing to 5th place. NR Savage is gaining on Mutwolf quickly. Maya is closing in on Tangaducky TTV, the gap shrinking rapidly. Nile and Move for Life has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. U20 plays and Nug Move for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Wow, Jordan F just took the checkered flag. Looks like they were the fastest on the track today. Nice job. Wow, Jordan F really showed those other cars who's boss. Congrats on taking the top spot. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Great job. Sure thing. Did you know that the Ricardo Tormo track is famous for its tight and challenging corners that really test the skills of the riders and drivers? It's like a roller coaster designed by a mischievous engineer who wanted to keep everyone on their toes. Plus, the final turn is so dramatic that it often decides the race winner, so expect some nail-biting finishes. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the clock is ticking. Make your choices now before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the race of the century. Well, this is quite the matchup. Filthy old guy, with that vintage BMW and Judd V8, is like bringing a classic knife to a modern sword fight. He's got some serious old school power. But the McLaren Elva, especially a 2022 model, is a pretty slippery and advanced machine. Amy is probably going to have the edge in agility and speed overall. So, I'd say Amy is likely to take this one. Unless Bill pulls out some vintage magic and surprises us all. It's gonna be close, but I'd put my chips on the newer tech winning this round. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Riccardo Tormo with Sovi on pole, in a 2009 Pagani Zonda R. This is going to be interesting to watch. Hingo McCringleberry is leading the pack. Sovi is right behind in second place. Aminsan has secured the third spot. The race is already heating up. Aminsan is climbing up to second place. Ixnobadixel is also making a move to fourth. Amy is advancing to sixth. The race is heating up. PP Limstrump is climbing to sixth place. TPPPA and Bill the Old Guy are neck and neck for eighth, and our Pink Wolf is gaining 2 spots to move into 13th. Spear Like Hail is driving a 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. Pippi Langström just overtook someone and is now in 5th place. Naibe and Woofa Life are nose to nose for 15th. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Gina Jones and TPPPA are nose to nose for 9th. GamerBus72 is climbing up to 6th place. Deplorably Apple and Naibe are neck and neck for 16th. GamerBus72 is trying to hold off Amy for 6th place. Gina Jones and TPPPA are still neck and neck for 9th. Deplorable Apple just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Amundsen just overtook for the lead. Hingo McCringleberry and Amundsen are nose to nose for 1st place. Gina Jones is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 8th. Maya is now in 11th place, climbing up 1 spot. Deplorably Apple has also gained 1 spot and is now in 16th place. Hingle McCringleberry is in 2nd place with a 2022 McLaren Elva. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, probably just waiting for the right moment to make a move. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to take 4th place. Looks like she's on the move. Deplorably Apple and Move for Life are nose to nose for 15. This race is getting spicy. Maya just overtook someone to move into 10th place. TPKA and Maya are still neck and neck for 10th. Mayor Pinkwolf is climbing up to 12th. TPKA just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Mayor Pinkwolf and Maya are nose to nose fighting for 11. Naiba has moved up 1 spot and is now in 16th. Filthy Old Guy is driving a 2009 BMW 134 Judd Verfief 80Ti. He's currently in 10th place, but his lap time of 143.14 suggests he's not exactly setting the pace. Looks like he's hanging in there but not making much noise. Emmer Pinkwolf is climbing up to 11th place. Deplorably Apple is inching closer to the top 16. Spear Like Hail and Maya are nose to tail for 12th place. Deplorably Apple just nudged up to 15. Scott Dixon and Deplorably Apple are locked in a close fight for 15. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 14th place. No for Life and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose for that same spot. In Yes, Nova Dixel is driving a 2012 Ferrari 599 X Evoluzione. They're currently in 6th place but are quite a bit slower than the leaders with the fastest lap of 1 minute 42 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up at the front. Spear Like Hail and Maya are nose to tail for 12th place. Naibe is sneaking up 1 spot to 17. Spear Like Hail and I are nose to tail for the 12th spot. Scott Dixon and Move for Life are also locked in a close fight for 15. Move for Life is driving a Renault Sport RS01. They're currently in 16th place, hanging around the middle of the pack with a decent lap time. Looks like they're just trying to stay out of trouble. Wow, Minsen just won the race. Looks like they're really good at crossing the finish line first. Congratulations! Wow, Amundsen really pulled off the win today. Congrats on that victory, you definitely earned it. And look at that, Amundsen also snagged the fastest lap. so they can claim the super sleek 2015 Ferrari FXX. Seems like a pretty good day for them. Meanwhile, Amy, you won the bet race, so you're taking home the impressive 2022 McLaren Elva. Nice work! Looks like everyone's a winner today, even if it's just for bragging rights. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Chicago street circuit looks like it has tight corners and quick turns, so a car that can navigate those curves smoothly without losing speed would have a big advantage. Stability and precise steering are key here, since you want to keep your momentum through those sharp bends and avoid unnecessary sliding or oversteering. Power is important, but without the control to put that power down effectively on narrow city streets, you'll struggle to keep your place. So, a nimble, well-balanced car with excellent cornering ability is what I'd prioritize. Alright folks, if you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the time to get those picks in. The countdown is almost over, and we don't want any last-minute regrets when your favorite vehicle gets eliminated. Hurry up and make your selection before it's too late. Well, this is quite the interesting matchup. Shoot 'em up with the classic American muscle car. The 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS is probably aiming for some raw power and straight-line speed. On the other hand, just pancakes with the vintage British Roadster, the 1962 Morgan Plus 4, might be more about agility and handling on those tight corners of Chicago street circuit. Given the circuit's twists and turns, I'd say the Morgan Plus 4 could have the edge in maneuverability. But don't count out the Chevelle. If it gets a good launch, it could really dominate the straights. If I had to pick a favorite, I'd lean toward the Morgan Plus 4 for its nimbleness around the city streets. But don't be surprised if the Chevelle makes a bold move late in the race. Alright everyone, Gina Jones is kicking things off from pole position in a 1957 Ferrari 250G California. That's a classic beauty ready to unleash some vintage speed on the Chicago street circuit. Hot Bolognese is leading the race with a strong start. Gina Jones is holding second place trying to keep up. Nulavi is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Amy is climbing fast, now in 6th place after overtaking 5 cars. Maya is making a move, now in 11th after passing 3 cars. Nulavi has moved up to 2nd place, just behind the leader. Nulavi and Hot Bolognese are nose to tail for the top spot. Looks like a battle for the lead is heating up. Shoot 'em Up is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 15. Aminsun just snuck into the top spot. Rajabha 302 is also making moves up 2 places to third. Gina Jones and Rajabha 302 are neck and neck for third place. Fish the Husky is climbing fast, now in 5th. Shoot 'Em Up is making progress, up 1 spot to 14th. Rajabha 302 and Hot Bolognese are still locked in a close fight for second place. Fish the Husky just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Gina Jones and Fish the Husky are battling hard for that 4th position. Rajabha 302 is climbing up to 2nd place. Gina Jones is making a move up to 3rd. Fish the Husky and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for 4th place. Fish the Husky advances to 4th place. Amy climbs to 5th. I move up to 6th. The race is heating up. Fish the Husky and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 3rd place. Yaki Ramen is climbing up to 7th. Jerk Plays and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 13th. Fish the Husky advances to 3rd place. Zovi and Edzosta21 are locked in a close fight for 15th. New for Life climbs to 19th. No for Life and Cheese and Dash Shower are battling for 18th. Gina Jones and Amy are now fighting for 4th place. Yaki Ramen has climbed to 6th. Maya is making a move up to 6th place. Amy's closing in on Fish the Husky, cutting the gap by a second. Yaki Ramen is climbing to 5th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Maya and Gina are nose to nose for that spot. Pippi Langstrom is sneaking into 9th and is locked in a close fight with Nulavi for 8th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 8th place. Pani 3 is now 9th. Edzos21 has moved into 13th. The race is heating up. Fish the Husky and Rajabha 302 are nose to tail for 2nd place. Amy and Fish the Husky are also close, fighting for 3rd. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to sit in 6th. Fish the Husky just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Amy is also climbing up to 3rd. I'm inching closer to Yaki Ramen, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Yaki Ramen just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. Maya and Rajabha 302 are nose to tail for 5th. Jerk Plays is chipping away at Hot Bolognese's lead, now just 3.5 seconds behind. Jerk Plays and Hot Bolognese are locked in a close fight for 15th. Maya is climbing up to 5th place. Pippi Langstrom is catching Gina Jones, closing the gap by a little over a second and a half. Shoot 'Em Up is gaining on Pani 3, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Wow! Amin-san just won the race. Looks like they're really good at this. Congrats on the victory. Wow, Amundsen took the win. Great job. And congratulations to Amy for the most overtakes. That's some impressive maneuvering. Amundsen, since you also got the fastest lap, you can claim the vintage TVR Griffith 200. Amy, you're also in for that same classic ride, so congratulations to both of you. Looks like some shiny vintage cars are up for grabs. Alright, here's a fun fact about the Nonstop track for you. Did you know it's famous for its surprisingly sharp turns that even a roller coaster would be jealous of? It's like the track designers wanted to test the limits of drivers' skills and car handling. So, if you're racing there, you better have some serious steering finesse, or be prepared for a wild ride. Alright, everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your final picks before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI throws in the race. Hurry up and choose wisely. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. The Lotus Elan Sprint from 1971. Sounds like a real classic, probably quick and nimble. On the other hand, the Skoda 130R from 1975 might not be as famous, but is known for being surprisingly capable, especially on tight courses. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to the Lotus because of its legendary agility and lightweight design, but don't count out the Skoda just yet. This race could be closer than it looks, so I'm excited to see how the AI handles these vintage beasts. Alright everyone, Gina Jones is taking the pole position in her classic 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark 1 at de Nonstop. Looks like she's ready to bring some vintage flair to this race. Gina Jones is leading right out of the gate. Sophie is holding strong in second place. Scott Dixon is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Scott Dixon and Sophie are nose to tail for second place. Diane Clicquot just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Annick Zagarax and Theon Kolyosho are locked in a close fight for sixth. Scott Dixon is now in second place, closing the gap. Annick Zagarax has climbed to sixth. And I am inching up to eighth, just behind the pack. Maya is now in seventh place, climbing up one spot. Ingo McCringleberry has also gained one position, now in 11th. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are nose to nose for the lead. Anonymous Nina T3 just snuck into the top 12, climbing one spot. Rosaurus is really stalking Sophie now, closing that gap by almost 2 seconds. Anaxagorax just snuck into the top 5, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 5th place. Jade Zolgaming and Theonkle Yosho are still locked in a close fight for 8th. Anonymous Ninity 3 is advancing to 11th. No for Life is driving a 1964. Austin Mini Cooper S looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, trying to find a way around the cars ahead. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint. They are currently in 5th place, trying to catch up but still behind the leaders. The race looks competitive with some close gaps. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Sophie, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Josh Bjosh has climbed 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Anaxagorax is driving a 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S. They're holding steady in 6th place with a decent lap time of 1:10.573. Looks like they're keeping it tight, but not quite challenging for the top. Theonkle Yosho is driving a 1971 Lotus Elon Sprint. They're currently in 8th place, and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time, but they're a bit behind the leaders. New for Life is driving a 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S. They're currently in 11th place and running just behind the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but need a bit more pace to climb higher. Scott Dixon is racing a 1968 Porsche 912R. He's holding on to 2nd place and has the 2nd fastest lap time so far. Looks like he's pushing hard but not quite catching Gina up front. Maya just overtook Anaxagorax and is now in 6th place. They're nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Rosaurus is climbing up to 4th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is also moving up to 10th. Anonymous Ninity 3 and JZL Gaming are nose to nose for 9th. The Group 2 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track seems to favor the lighter, nimble cars like the Triumph Dolomite Sprint and Skoda 130 RS. The mix of classic models keeps the race unpredictable. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Scott Dixon quickly, closing the gap by over a second. Anonymous Ninity 3 just climbed 2 spots and is now in 8th place. Theonkle Yosho and Anonymous Ninity 3 are nose to tail fighting for that 8th spot. Anaxagorax is driving a 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S. They're currently in 8th place, close behind the leaders but not quite making a move yet. Looks like they're holding steady. Theonkle Yosho is holding 8th but Hingle is right behind in 9th. Looks like a close finish for those two. Congratulations, Gina Jones. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Enjoy the victory. Wow, Gina Jones really outdid herself. Big congratulations to her for taking the win. She must be feeling pretty proud right now. Looks like those AI cars have got some serious skills. Sure thing! The 2012 Audi R8 Spyder GT is like the party animal of supercars. It packs a V10 engine that's a real head-turner and makes about 560 horsepower. Fun fact is, only a limited number of these were made, so owning one is pretty much like having a rare gem. Plus, with that retractable roof, you can have the wind in your hair and still look this cool while racing. Hey everyone! Time's almost up to pick your favorite car. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the moment, or you might end up with whatever the AI throws in. Hurry up and make those decisions before the countdown ends. Well, this is quite an intriguing matchup. The Ferrari FXXK is a spectacular machine with cutting-edge technology and incredible speed, especially for a 2015 model. On the other hand, the Pagani Zonda R is a legendary track monster with a lot of raw, aggressive power from 2009. Given the cause, I'd say Gina Jones in the Ferrari has a slight edge because of its modern design, aerodynamics, and overall balance. The Zonda R is no slouch, but it's a bit older, and that might show when it comes to handling and top speed. So, my bet would lean toward Gina pulling ahead in the end, but don't count out the Zonda R's fierce spirit just yet. This should be a close, entertaining race. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Enipergosa. Leading the pack is the Evolution 954, in a sleek 2014 Citroën GT, starting on pole d'idole. Let's see if it can hold that position, or if the hypercars have other plans. The race kicks off with Evolution 954 taking the lead. Maya right behind in second, and Lynn Lilac holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Lynn Lilac just overtook someone to claim second place. Max Spirelli is also climbing up to third. Maya and Max Spirelli are nose to nose for that third spot. Max Spirelli just overtook someone to move into second place. I see. Maya is also climbing up now in third. Lynn Lilac and Maya are nose to nose. Looks like a close fight for that third spot. Gina Jones and Emerald Freer 988 are nose to nose for fifth place. Yasser Tagaman in 1000 just gained one spot, and is now 7th. Scott Dixon is also climbing, now in 8th. Deplorable is on a roll, climbing from the back to first place in no time. Hingle McCringleberry is not far behind, making a serious move to second. Hippie Langstrumpf is also charging through the pack, now in third. Looks like a three-way battle for the top spot. Evolution 154 just overtook someone to take third place. Hippie Langstrumpf and Evolution 954 are nose-to-nose for second. Max Beerley is climbing up to fourth. Jamasta Tigama 9000 is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to sit in 6th place. Evolution 954 is charging ahead, grabbing the lead from 2nd place. Max Beerley is also on the rise, moving into 2nd place behind the leader. Deplorable is gaining fast on Lakaiju, closing the gap by 11.6 seconds. Max Beerley is inching closer to Evolution 954, closing the gap by just over 1 second. Max Beerley and Evolution 954 are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Gina Jones is really having a rough time, dropping 9 spots to 12. Max Beerley is climbing steadily, now in 1st place. And I just moved up 1 spot to 3rd. The race is heating up. Gina Jones is on a tear, overtaking 10 cars to grab 2nd place. Emerald Tick 398 and I are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Deplorable, shaving off 2.3 seconds. Maya is closing in on Emerald Tick 398, now just 4 seconds behind. Evolution 954 has overtaken a car to move into 2nd place. Emerald Tick 398 has gained 2 spots and is now in 3rd. Emerald Tick 398 is closing in on Evolution 954, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Lynn Lilac is closing in on Scott Dixon, reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is moving up 1 spot to take 12th place. Amy just sneaked into 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Lakaiju, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Wow, Max Beerley, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for you. Oh wow, Max Beerley really pulled it off in the end? Great race, congratulations! Now, for those claiming cars, Hingle McCringleberry, you nailed the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit, perfect for the track. And Amy, with all those overtakes, you definitely earned the same car. Well done, everyone! Hey everyone, time's almost up. Make your final picks before the countdown ends or you might end up with something weird like a lawnmower on wheels. Hurry up and choose your champion. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. The Dallara P217 is a sleek and nimble car, perfect for sharp turns and quick acceleration. On the other hand, the Oreca 07 Acura is known for its endurance and raw power, especially on longer straights. Given the Daimler Test Strecks layout, if it's a course that favors agility and finesse, I might lean towards New for Life with the Dallara. But if it's more about sheer speed and stamina, then Pippi Langström's Oreca could have the edge. It's all about the right car for the right track, and honestly, I can't wait to see which one dominates. My bet? It's going to come down to who handles the corners better. Guess we'll see. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Daimler Test Track. Gina Jones is starting on pole in her 2017 Oreca 07 Gibson, so she's got a good shot to lead early on. Let's see if she can hold that position or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Gina Jones is leading the pack, Tyler is right behind in second, and Aetherplasm is holding on to third. Looks like Gina is already trying to stretch her legs. Aetherplasm just overtook someone to climb into second place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to third. Tyler and Hingle nose to tail for that third spot. Looks like a close fight. Zademoji Jamis just gained a spot and is now in 9th place. Amy has moved up 2 spots and is now in 11th. New for Life and Amy are nose to nose for 11th place. Looks like a close fight. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. That's Alti Serena is also making moves up to 4th. New for Life is inching closer to the top, now in 11th. New for Life and Tangaducky TTV are nose to nose for 10th. That's Alti Serena and Aetherplasm are nose to nose for 3rd place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 5th. Amy is gaining 2 spots, now in 10th. Zadim Wajijames and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 8th place. Sophie just nudged into 11th and New for Life is creeping into 12th. The fight for those spots is heating up. Maya is now in 4th place, inching closer to the top 3. Amy is closing the gap on Sadamo James, cutting it down by nearly 2 seconds. Pippi Langström is making a move, climbing up to 13. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 1st place. Gina Jones is right behind him, and they are battling for the lead. Indigo Peta has moved up to 6th place. Tyler is driving a 2012 Morgan Elm B22. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady, but don't expect them to win any style points with that long name. Tangaducky TTV is driving a 2012 Morgan Elm MP2Q. They're currently in 9th place, so they're holding their own but not exactly setting the world on fire. Pippi Langström is driving a 2017 Oreca 07 Acura. They're currently in the 12th spot, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Sademoji James just sneaked into 8th place. New for Life and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for 12th. Ablaze is climbing up to 14th. Zoe and Tyler are nose to tail for 9th place. Ablaze is climbing up to 13th. Tangaducky TTV is also making moves to 14th. Hingle McCringleberry is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely in control for now. Indigo Payda is driving a 2011 Oreca Zero, which is quite the veteran in this field. He's currently in 7th place, so he's holding his own despite the age of his car. Looks like he's hanging in there with the newer models. That's Alti Serena just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Maya is right behind, looking to make a move. Amy is climbing up to 10th, slowly but surely. Scott Dixon is in 8th place driving a 2017 Cadillac DPI VR. His fastest lap is just shy of 1 minute and 50 seconds. Looks like he's holding steady but not making much progress. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps really paid off. Well done! Wow! Hingle McCringleberry taking the victory. Congratulations on that win, you really pushed through to the finish line. And not only did you win, but you also snagged the fastest lap. Impressive speed there. That 2017 Oreca 07 Gibson is all yours now. As for the others, Pippi Langstrumpf, you claimed victory in the bet race, so you get the 2017 Oreca 07 Acura. Nice work! Sophie, you were the overtaking king today with the most moves made out there. That 2017 Oreca 07 Acura is your prize. Great race, everyone. This AI racing is getting more intense by the minute. Sure. Did you know that the 2016 Porsche 919 Hybrid was seriously impressive because it combined a turbocharged petrol engine with an electric motor, making it a real hybrid powerhouse? It dominated the World Endurance Championship, winning 3 consecutive titles from 2014 to 2016. Basically, it's like the superhero of race cars, blending traditional speed with cutting-edge tech. That's quite the matchup we have here. The Audi R18 e-tron Quattro is a legendary car known for its durability and hybrid tech. But the Porsche 911 Hybrid has a reputation for being incredibly agile and quick through corners. Since we're racing on Shanghai, a track that combines long straights with tricky turns, I might lean slightly towards the Porsche for its handling. But hey, with Mission Man and the Audi, anything can happen. Especially if they're feeling aggressive off the line. It's going to be a close one, but I'd give the edge to the Porsche just because of the track layout. Let's see if the Audi can surprise us. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Shanghai and Hellskank is on pole in an LMP1, a shiny 2018B, R Engineering B, R1. Let's see if they can hold that lead or if someone's got a trick up their sleeve. Bakorn is leading the race, sitting comfortably at the front. Nirmoidar is right behind in second place, not letting go just yet. Hellskank is in third, trying to keep up with the leaders. Mission Man is slicing through the field, now in fourth place. Scott Dixon is climbing steadily into third. Hellskank and Mission Man are nose to tail, fighting for that fourth spot. New for Life just overtook someone to take the sixth place. Maya and New for Life are nose to nose for that spot. Meg's Boring Life is closing in on 8. Move for Life is climbing to 5th place. Sovi is pushing up to 9th. Amy and Sovi are nose to tail for 9th. Sovi and Meg's Boring Life are nose to nose for 8th place. TPKPA and Gesterone 133,796 are locked in a close fight for 18th. Apex Milkbag is climbing one spot to 22nd. Meg's Boring Life is now 7th, inching closer to the top. Maya and Meg's Boring Life are nose to nose for 7th place. Zupasigi is climbing to 19th, not quite breaking into the top 10 yet. Nishaman is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Sovi is climbing to 8th place. Gina Jones is moving up to 11th. Maya just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Amy is also climbing, now in 9th. Supasigi and Evolution 9. 154 are nose to nose for 17th. Meg's Boring Life and Hellskank are nose to tail for 6th place. Sovi and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Apex Milkbag just gained one spot and is now in 21st. Meg's Boring Life is climbing to 6th place. Sovi is now 9th. Morningstar Soul has moved up to 14th. Beef Sliders is climbing up to 21st place. Yesterone 133,796 is catching up to 22nd. Catgirl TM is sneaking into 23rd. Looks like the race is heating up. Woo for Life is climbing up to 4th place. Mission Men and Woo for Life are neck and neck for that 4th spot. Catgirl TM and Gesterone 133,796 are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Woo for Life just overtook Scott Dixon and now sits in 3rd place. They're neck and neck, pushing hard for that spot. Gina Jones and Amy are still locked in a close fight for 10th. Looks like Gina might be trying to hold her ground. Scott Dixon and Mew for Life are nose to tail for 3rd place. Sovi just gained a spot and is now 8th. Sovi and Hellskank are locked in a close fight for 7th. Scott Dixon advances to 3rd place. Sophie climbs to 7th. Amy and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 10th. Baycorn is leading the race in the LMP1 class, with the 2014 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro Dotti. Their fastest lap is 1:55.76, which is pretty quick. Looks like they're comfortably in front so far. New for Life just made a bold move on Scott Dixon and takes the 3rd place. Ingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrumpf are still nose-to-nose for the 12th spot. Wow, Baycorn just took the top spot. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Baycorn taking the victory. Nicely done, he really revved up those engines. And congratulations to New for Life for grabbing the fastest lap. They can now claim that sleek 2015 Porsche 919 Hybrid. Looks like we're handing out some serious car trophies today. Who's gonna claim the next one? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Gear 8 layout is all about quick turns and smooth transitions. You need a car that can change direction fast without losing momentum. Power is important, but if the car can't keep it under control during tight corners, it won't matter much. So, a balanced mix of responsive steering and decent acceleration would be ideal for this kind of race. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your selections fast if you want your favorite car to take the wheel. Time's almost up. Wow, those are quite the pair of competitors. The 1997 McLaren F1 GT is a legendary car known for its speed and agility, so Honor Kysix has a pretty strong hand there. On the other side, the 1992 Cizeta Mortar 416T is unique and quirky, but maybe not quite as refined in the racetrack as the McLaren. Considering both drivers and their cars, I'd probably lean towards Honor Kysix and the McLaren. It's got the edge in terms of technology and reputation, especially in a figure 8 where handling and precision matter. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen, so I'll be thrilled to see how these two fare. Alright folks, the race is underway at the figure 8 track. Leading the pack is Axton Hitz, piloting a classic 1993 McLaren F1 F2. Looks like the retro supercars are bringing their game right from the start. Axton Hitz is leading the pack. Gina Jones is right behind in second, and Dongers on 3 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Lord Batril is on a roll, climbing up to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Whip 3 out 25 just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 6th. Pumpkin Ovary and New for Life are nose to nose, fighting for 11th. Mr. Wolf J and Catgirl TM are nose to tail, fighting for 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry has gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. The Lightning Thief and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close duel for 8th. Catgirl TM is having a rough time, dropping to 17th place. Mr. Wolf J is climbing steadily into 4th. Whip 3 out 25 is also on the move up to 5th. Maya advances to 6th place. No for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 7th. Pippi Langstrump and Mission Man are locked in a close fight for 13th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Awildre Eno and Pumpkin of Glory are nose to nose for 11. Pippi Langstrump is inching into 13th. Wildre Eno just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Anarchy 6 is climbing up to 15th. Catgirl TM is making moves into the 20s. James Mayo is on a roll, climbing 19 spots to take 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is really having a tough time, dropping 15 positions to 21st. Lord Buttrell and Anarchy 6 are nose to nose, fighting for 15th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a bold move, climbing 14 positions to sit in 7th place. Gina Jones is holding strong at the front, moving up 2 spots to take the lead. Dungets on the free is also on the rise, advancing 2 places to 2nd. Wildrino is climbing fast into 9th place. Pumpkin of Glory is right behind, also making moves into 10th. Pippi Langstrump is not far behind, grabbing 11th. Looks like a tight battle for the middle. Alvildrino is making a move up to 8th place. Zoe and Wildrino are nose to nose for that spot. Lord Batril is climbing into the top 12. Mr. Wolf J is gaining on Dongers on 3 fast, just 5 seconds behind now. Whip 3 out 25 is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, a second and a half closer. Maya and Whip 3 out 25 are nose to tail for 4th place. This is getting interesting. Dongert 3 slicing through the track, closing in on Gina Jones with a 2.1 second gap. Maya is climbing the ladder, jumping 2 spots to claim 3rd place. New Milk for Life is also on the move, gaining 2 positions to sit in 4th. Lord Buttrill just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Pumpkin Fleury and Lord Buttrill are neck and neck for 8th. Axton Hits is climbing up to 18th. Anarchy 6 is on the charge, climbing 3 spots to 10. Maya is having a rough patch, dropping 8 places to 11. New for Life is creeping up 1 position to 3rd. Wow, Dongert 3 really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice job winning the race. Wow, Dongert 3 really outdid themselves. Big congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all that virtual racing practice paid off. Actually, there's a little trick here, because the Porsche Carrera GT and the Nissan GT-R are 2 totally different cars. But if you're thinking about the Porsche Carrera GT from 24, here's a fun fact. It was one of the most exotic supercars of its time, featuring a V10 engine borrowed from Formula 1 racing, and a design that looked like it was straight out of a sci-fi movie. Not many cars can say they combine racing pedigree with such sleek, almost menacing looks. Pretty much a dream car for the true gearhead, even if it made a few owners sweat over the price tag. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, and these AI racers are getting ready to hit the track. Don't miss out on your chance to influence their destiny. Get those selections in before it's too late. Wow, those are some classics for sure. The Jaguar XKR GT2 from 29 sounds like a beast, especially with its racing pedigree. But the BMW M3 E46 GTR from 21 has that legendary status and a more aggressive stance. In a race around Curitiba, which has those tight corners and fast straights, I might lean toward the BMW just because of its agility and the GTR's reputation for handling. But hey, the Jaguar could surprise us with its power and endurance. It's a close call, but I think the BMW might edge out a victory. Unless the Jaguar finds a secret shortcut. Who do you all think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Curitiba with Pippi Langström in the pole position, revving up in a 2003 Pagani Zonda GR. This is gonna be interesting. The race kicks off with Pippi Langström taking the lead, followed closely by Maya in second place. Ingela McCringleberry is holding on to third, but don't blink or you'll miss some overtakes. Catgirl TM is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya has claimed the top spot, moving up 1 place. Gina Jones is making progress, moving up 2 spots to 5th. Move for Life just overtook someone to take the 6th place. Amy is climbing up to 10th. Amy and Sophie are nose to nose for 9th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Jungdans Stort 202 is now in 10th. Necrophantasm and James Smile are nose to nose for 15th. Scott Dixon just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Move for Life is right behind him, both fighting for that spot. Sophie is closing in on the top 10, now in 8th. Scott Dixon and Deplorably Apple are neck and neck for 5th place. Aetherplasm and Amy are trading paint for 11th. Necrophantasm moved up to 15th. Necrophantasm and Ovidus are battling for 14th. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 5th place. Amy is closing the gap on Jungen Store 202, shaving off 1.4 seconds. Amy and Jungen Store 202 are nose to tail for 10th place. Amy is climbing to 9th place. Aetherplasm is now 12th. Ovidus has moved up to 14th. Deplorably Apple and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 5th place. Catgirl TM and Aetherplasm are locked in a close fight for 12th. Necrophantasm and Ovidus are battling it out for 14th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. New Life is climbing up to 6th place. Sophie is moving up to 7th place. Amy just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Junganta Stort 202 is inching closer to the top 10. The Goldnut is making a move but still hanging around the late 20s. Gina Jones is driving a Pagani Zonda GR from 2003. She's currently in 5th place and has a best lap time of 1:26.855. Looks like she's making steady progress but still chasing the leaders. Sophie and Move for Life are neck and neck for 6th place. Jungdan Stort 202 just gained a spot to 9th. Catgirl TM and Aetherplasm are locked in a close fight for 12th. Sophie is climbing nicely to 5th place. Catgirl TM is making a move to 12th. Tyler and Catgirl TM are nose to nose for 11th. In View for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 6th place. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 12. Aetherplasm and Tylora are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Move for Life just sneaked into 6th place. Scott Dixon and Move for Life are nose to tail for that spot. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 11th. Maya is leading the race in a 2004 Ferrari 550 GT. As fastest lap so far is 1:20.655. Looks like she's comfortably ahead and setting the pace. Wow, Maya. Looks like you just took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what an incredible race. Congratulations to Maya for taking the top spot. You really drove that car like a pro. And a huge shout out to the fastest lap holder, Maya, for snagging that stunning 24 Ferrari 550 GTS. That's some serious style and speed right there. Sovi, congrats on winning the bet race. You've earned that sleek 2001 BMW M3 E46 GTR. Looks like some impressive cars are changing hands today. Thanks for racing, everyone. The Renault Alpine, a 442B, was actually built for endurance racing and was part of the famous Group 5 category. Fun fact is, it was powered by a turbocharged V6 engine that could produce over 480 horsepower, making it a real beast for its time. So basically, this car was like a rocket on wheels designed to eat up the track and leave its rivals in the dust. If only the driver could keep up with all that power. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. Scott Dixon in that vintage Lola T280. And me, in the Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 TT12. I've got to say the Lola looks pretty fierce. But the Alfa has that legendary Italian flair, and a bit of that unpredictable charm. While the Lola might have the edge on raw power with its racing pedigree, I like my chances on the technical twists of Atlanta Motorsports Park reverse. After all, the Tipo 33 was built for curves and agility. So, I'd probably put my money on myself just to keep things interesting. But honestly, with these two machines, it's anyone's race, and I'd be thrilled just to see one of them cross the finish line ahead. Alright folks, Sovi is kicking off in the lead on pole position in that classic 1971 Ferrari 312 at Bibiadato. Let's see if vintage charm can hold off the competition. Sovi has taken the lead right out of the gate. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place. Nova Life is sitting comfortably in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Gina Jones just snatched the lead, leaving everyone in her dust. Deplorable Apple keeps climbing, now in 4th, and looking to cause some chaos. Maya and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 6th place, probably exchanging some playful jabs on the way. Hingley Kringleberry is making a move up to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is also climbing, now in 4th. Nexa Romaval is inching forward to 14th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 8th place. Amy and Pippi are still nose to nose for that spot. Belle Thanatabeast is making a move to 15th. Deplorably Apple is climbing fast into 3rd place. New for Life is inching up to 5th. Scott Dixon and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Scott Dixon is now in 5th place after climbing 1 spot. New for Life and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for 5th. Belle Thanatabeast has gained 2 positions and is now in 12th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 6th place. Pippi and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 5th. I'm inching up to 7th. Pippi Langstrom is now in 5th place, inching closer to the top 5. Scott Dixon and Pippi are nose to tail, fighting for that same spot. Ashen Wrighton is closing the gap on Amy, shaving off a second and a bit. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry just climbed to 3rd place. Sophie and Hingle are nose to nose for 2nd. Scott Dixon is making a move, now in 4th after gaining 2 spots. Amy is climbing to 9th place. The Lightning Thief is now in 11th. Nikta Romaval has moved into 13th. Scott Dixon is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Deplorable Apple has advanced to 4th, inching closer to the top. New for Life has moved up to 7th, making some progress. Hingle Kringleberry and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose for 4th place. DTK Baitsia Rocks is climbing steadily to take the 14th spot. Adam Flash is catching up to Rasnapalm 6, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Deplorably Apple is climbing to 3rd place. Maya has moved up to 7th. Amy is now in 9th. The race is heating up. Substacat is driving a Ferrari 512 BBL of 1978. They're currently in 15th place and clocked a pretty decent lap time of 1:58.826. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. Deplorably Apple is climbing to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to 4th. No for Life is making a move to 7th. Jordan F is climbing up to 17th place and is now battling Ad Flash for that spot. Substacat is climbing up to 13th place. Jordan F is catching up to 16th place. Looks like some steady progress. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. Sophie is now in 4th. And I am sneaking into 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. Rusnapalm 6 is driving a 1980 Ford Capri Zaxby. Looks like he's struggling with pace, currently in the last position among the group, and his lap times are significantly slower than others. Sophie is climbing to 3rd place. New for life. And I are nose to nose for 7. Amy is pushing into the top 10. Hingham, McCringleberry, and Deplorably are locked in a tight battle for 4th place. New for Life is making a move and has climbed up to 7. Nexa Romava is also on the rise and is now in 10th. Sophie is climbing to 2nd place. Hingham, McCringleberry is now in 4th, and I am inching up to 7. The race is heating up. Amy is really closing the gap on Nexera model now, just over a second behind. They're battling hard for 9th place. Ashineriton has made a move and is now in 10th, climbing up the ranks. My car's holding steady in 8th place. Superstar is right behind the Lightning Thief, just a second apart. The battle for 12th is heating up with Zookstercat trying to make a move. Zookstercat is on a roll, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Deplorableple is inching closer to the top 4. Amy is gaining ground now in 7th. Wow, Gina Jones, you must be thrilled. Congratulations on winning the race at Atlanta Motorsports Park Reverse. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Wow, what a fantastic race. Congratulations to Gina Jones for taking the victory. And not just the win, but also the fastest lap, clearly showing she's got the skills. Gina, you can now claim that gorgeous 1971 Ferrari 312 AB. Scott Dixon, you also did an amazing job winning the bet race, so you get the 1972 Lola T2 80. Both of you earned your prizes, so enjoy the cars. Alright everyone, it looks like we need to take a quick pause for some stream maintenance. Don't go anywhere. It will be just a few minutes before we're back to watch these incredible AI cars race again. Stay tuned and grab some snacks while you wait.